A family of farmers found themselves threatened by the looming menace of a gigantic green slug. Gakazaldoria, once known as Japan, is an island nation. In ancient times, monsters did not exist there. Moments after emerging, monsters spread rapidly, rendering nearly 80% of all territories uninhabitable. Simultaneously, humanity was split into distinct classes. From the moment of birth, these qualities are tied to each individual, guiding them through life and aiding them in its navigation. People are divided into distinct classes: warriors, fighters, clerics, rogues, merchants. Wizards are regarded as gifted individuals. Most people, like city builders or hotel workers, were seen as powerless commoners. When the family asked for help, a young man from this group stepped forward and chose to assist. In order to save both father and son from the monster, he hurled a stone at the creature. If anyone inquired whether they were all right, gather the coins. He reassured them that everything was fine. His family could not comprehend how he had managed to save them. He merely replied that he had thrown a stone. The young man picked up the pouch containing 100 bronze coins that the slime had left behind. He felt certain that this treasure was now rightfully theirs. They had received 100 bronze coins for defeating the slime. What a pleasant reward. Yet he shook his head, reflecting that the villager could never have overcome the green slime, even if his savior had tempted him with sweets or toys. He decided to return to the city. At the last moment, the boy asked if he was a hero, to which he calmly replied that he was not. His name was Kagami Kuji. He was a peasant of level 999, the weakest class of all. Yet, at that moment, his thoughts were preoccupied with the prospect of a hearty, meat-filled lunch. A wave of outrage swept through the city. People could not comprehend why survival demanded seeking protection from the powerful, why the monsters still roamed free, and why their children were forced to take up swords. After the Exodus, monsters changed everything as demons' minions. Only by defeating their king could peace return. Kuji, curious about the chaos, overheard two peasants discussing the hero's party. One wanted to join them. His companion dismissed the idea as absurd, insisting he was just a simple peasant. But the peasant replied that with a higher level, their strength could grow. Another peasant asked if he could level up, and Tuzin said many wondered the same. Within the cave, the boy's purpose was revealed. He confronted the blue demon and engaged in battle. Surprised by the many monsters appearing that day, the young man remembered the nearby altar of summoning. He had to find it before it was destroyed. Only then could they celebrate the victory, despite knowing the monsters would return. Because of this, he is able to accomplish so many tasks. It seemed to him that he could hear even more monsters ahead, so he set off in the direction of the noise. The heroes had just slain his blue demon here, which disappointed him. He wished they targeted demon strongholds instead. Although a teammate suggested Rex move on, he still believed they were on the right track. She had suggested he should have stayed, but what he hoped for no longer mattered. Now he strode ahead, unashamed, resolute, guiding his blue demon, while the young man met several small groups on his way. It was a remarkable discovery, for the monster's remnant, a blue demon horn, was a rare artifact capable of neutralizing the hostility of beasts as long as its magical energy endured. Today was a good day. He encountered many rare monsters. Only 3 blue demons remained in his mission, and he'd likely finish early. He thought of sushi for dinner. Just a little, but still sushi. A girl hurried past. He was stunned to find her there. He warned her that she was heading straight toward the monsters, but the girl paid no heed to his caution. He came to a halt, allowing her to pass, though this drew the young man's attention and stirred his anger. For a moment, he wondered whether he should follow her. A few minutes later, Kuji thought he had lost her and was surprised by the child's speed. Up ahead, he noticed a light and assumed it marked the exit. It turned out that there were far too many monsters here. He heard a child's cry and realized it was a little girl. She stood fearfully before the group of heroes as Rex explained to her that this place belonged to the royal family, and that people like her, From this spot, the girl called out to her father. Meanwhile, Kuji appeared. This explains why the boys attacked her. She could not understand why he was there. The young man introduced himself merely as a passer-by and, upon request, revealed his status. Rex doubted the truth of his words. He could not have survived such an attack. Everyone in the group was convinced that this girl was a true demon. Kuji understood this well. Whether he would protect her, even knowing all this, remained uncertain. She wanted to understand what he was trying to hide. Earlier, within the caves, the group of heroes made their way forward. Even when summoned to set out on a journey, he remained captivated by his own heroism. Tina remarked that, nevertheless, there were still plenty of monsters lurking nearby. Kalno, meanwhile, worried about Ohaim's summertime adventures. Palna realized she should not exhaust herself so completely. She had never imagined events would unfold in this way. Yet throughout her life, she had always longed to free humanity from the dominion of the Demon King. Once, the world was home to more than 196 countries, but with the arrival of demons and monsters, only 3 remained. They realized habitable land was shrinking because the Demon King's army had seized their territories. Puraus insisted the land must be reclaimed to restore peace and ensure prosperity for all humankind. Kaldokim Samasal stayed loyal. The girl, Kanazuki Kuroro from Haku Azaldoria, asked not to be called that. Mago found her name too long and called her Kuchan. Meanwhile, Palme was curious about Rex's actions. She discovered that the cave extended even further. They had to consider the possibility that the very thing capable of aiding them in their quest was right here. Breck decided it was time to explain. Legend had it that within these caves lay a sacred sword, long kept by the royal family. Only a hero of the 90th level could wield it, and that was precisely what he was. He asked how the young man had learned this. The boy replied that Kararu was the princess of this land, and the king confirmed it with pleasure. The girl searched for the sword where it was supposed to be, but found it missing. The heroes were astonished by her arrival. Those sensitive to the magic at play paused as well, captivated by the force they felt. Convinced beyond doubt that this was indeed a demon, he failed to find the sacred sword and concluded that it had been stolen by her, the demon. It belonged to the royal family. The girl gently asked Rex to calm down. Enraged, he struck with all his might, his sword slicing through the air. Hammy managed to shield the girl with his sword. Why had they attacked her? He wished to learn who the man was. The stranger introduced himself as a humble wandering peasant. He did not believe him and asked to see his identification. He became certain that the man before him was indeed a peasant. It was hard to believe that he had emerged unscathed. Yet the girl revealed herself to be a demon. Had he been protecting her on purpose? She asked what it was they intended to steal. He chose to lie, claiming that the girl was not a demon, but his younger sister. Yet her being born with horns always seemed suspicious to them. He lied, claiming that he had made them himself. In truth, they were accessories designed to be worn directly on the head. It was difficult for them to believe. He tried to convince them that the items were fashioned from the horn of a blue demon. Helena concluded that this explained their magical power. Guy had killed him with a neighboring object. Helena realized that this was the legendary throne, the very seat that sealed away the sacred sword. It was no mere trinket that could be shattered by brute force. He replied that it was not difficult. Kira Rua then asked whether he truly believed such a ridiculous explanation could fool anyone, but admitted that it was somewhat amusing. If this was the excuse he chose to offer, so be it. The princess was pleased by his description of the application, but dropped the topic. Rex noted the sacred sword was a separate issue and wondered what his sister had been doing in that room. He happened to stumble at the very moment the sacred sword vanished. It appeared to be nothing more than a coincidence. He admitted that it had truly been nothing more than coincidence. So why, then, all the commotion about this so-called sacred sword? Brox had insisted that the sword itself had chosen him to be its hero. There is only one person who possesses the power to wield this sacred sword. He realized the fault lay with him. If the matter concerned the sword, he had only recently found it and sold it. He cried out in horror, sure it was a lie. Only a true hero could wield the royal family's sacred sword. How could a peasant lift it? Kuji insisted he had only carried the throne. Determined, the boy aimed to lift it himself. They were told that it was indeed possible. He asked about his level with evident excitement, and Kuji revealed it. The hero was astonished. Such a thing seemed impossible. The only way to increase one's level was to defeat a monster whose rank exceeded one's own. Never had anyone heard of a peasant whose level surpassed 30. For them, there was no reason to step onto the battlefield in search of advancement. Attempting to transcend the limits of their class was simply too perilous. It was said that the highest peak had once been reached by a legendary hero of level 253rd rank. So how could a mere peasant surpass such heights? Perhaps it was because he fought monsters every single day. Who do you suppose could it be? Puji replied that his experience was similar, and that victory was likely achieved the same way, but Rex doubted this, claiming he had defeated more opponents than anyone, even during voluntary training sessions. At last I lost my temper and asked him to be quiet. He was unfazed. It was just the way things were. He would simply have to accept it. He was about to leave with the girl when Rick stopped him. Rick was surprised. After all, possessing such strength, what was he doing with it? Perhaps it was worth trying to defeat the Demon King. He longed for an ordinary life, and the chance to earn a living, believing the defeat of the Demon King should be left to the heroes. Rex was outraged upon hearing this. He admits that he has no idea how the world truly works. The hero did not understand what it was he truly sought to achieve. He recalled that the sacred sword belonged to the royal family. Puji asked how it had ended up in the dungeon. The hero apologized for this and suggested they put the incident behind them. He was invited to join their team so that together they could stand against the Demon King. He refused, which took her by surprise. She wondered if he had ever considered doing something that no one else had dared attempt. He admitted that he had never considered it before. All he wanted was to return the sacred sword to them. He would assist them in their quest, and in exchange, they would abandon their mission. She marveled at his indifference to fame and fortune. Though he'd accept wealth and help the poor, glory didn't appeal to him. She thought he might be content with that, yet somehow it still wasn't enough for him. After the demon was defeated, she was expected to become his wife. Her declaration left Rex deeply moved, for Pujindo realized that the well-being of others mattered to him more than his own happiness. Nevertheless, her request was denied. She wished to know the reason behind this decision. Tommy does not consider defeating the Demon King to be a great accomplishment. For this reason, he feels no urge to fight or to offer help. These are simply his personal feelings, and he believes there is no need for others to worry about it. Helena replied that it was not entirely clear to her. She admitted she did not understand and asked him to clarify his point. She sensed that words would remain meaningless until she truly understood them herself. Why not simply forget what he was saying? Still, Tina pleaded for at least a hint, just a little guidance. She recalled Kuru mentioning that there were people who suffered. The young man asked whether she truly considered him selfish. The memory still echoed like bricks in his mind. The scoundrel had brazenly admitted he had no idea how the world truly worked. He realized he did not truly know who he was. The hero remained uncertain of which path to take, but he was sure of one thing. He must become stronger, stronger than that peasant. Stepping outside, he noticed that night had already fallen. He sneezed. The cool air was starting to have a more noticeable effect. She declared that he was the one she had been searching for, and attempted to say something to him. And then, quite unexpectedly, she suggests that you marry her. Kudzi's parents were unhappy that he still wanted to fight monsters, insisting he act like a proper peasant and focus on work. Kudzi reassured his father, saying he could just throw stones at monsters from a safe distance. The little peasant continues to astonish everyone. He has managed to raise his level, though it hardly seems possible. Hunting monsters proved to be far more profitable than farming ever was. It was commonly believed that ordinary villagers, tailors, farmers, servants, or bakers, stood no chance against monsters. Yet even as a boy, Kudzi defied these expectations, overcoming such creatures through what many considered to be incredible luck. Kuji had never realized that defeating monsters could be so lucrative. The income it brought was astonishing when compared to the meager earnings of the peasants. He could not turn down such wealth, yet suddenly doubts began to stir within him. Why do monsters drop coins when defeated? The girl believed that he was the one she had been searching for. She longed to marry him. She could not comprehend what burden this child was carrying. Besides, why would a demon like her need a sacred sword? To this, the girl replied that it was her father. She was ill and had heard rumors about a hero who had set out on a journey. The girl feared that if the sacred sword fell into his hands, he would kill her father. She was astonished that the hero, wielding the sacred sword, had managed to defeat her father, who had become the demon king. It was clear that in many ways he did not resemble a demon king, though in certain aspects there remained a faint reminder of one. Upon hearing this, she was taken aback. The girl apologized so profusely that she made no attempt to conceal her emotions. It was the first time the young man learned that the old man had a daughter. The girl assumed he was acquainted with her father, and that was why he was reluctant to confront him in battle. They said it was only a matter of time. For now, the threat had been removed. The child asked if he knew the reason, suggesting that perhaps it was all because monsters were born from the horns of demons. She knows everything there is to know about demon horns, but does she truly believe that being born a demon automatically makes her guilty? In truth, she is no different from any human. The girl quietly agrees. He wishes to discover whether peaceful coexistence between demons and humans is possible. He realized what had driven this young person to seek marriage and resolved to be honest about it. The child believed it to be impossible. Even if the demons took no action, monsters would still attack humans, and humans would continue to harbor hatred toward them. Yet, should the demons cease their assaults, they would simply begin to curse humanity instead. Setting aside the fact that monsters were created by demons, many people realize that demons are not so different from humans after all. For the girl to believe it, to explain the intricate structure of this world, she did not understand what it meant or what this man truly knew. The child asked why they did not wish to destroy the demons. He explained that the reason was simply his own foolishness. This admission took her by surprise. At last, the young man dared to break through her defenses and asked how much longer she intended to follow in his footsteps. She explained that only in this city could she find the medicine her father needed. He realized then that this was the very reason for her visit. He came to the conclusion that she had no money. He wanted to understand why she felt no hatred toward people. She believed it was futile, for hatred would change nothing. She had never before heard demons speak in such a manner. The young man began to doubt whether she was truly a little demoness. In her eyes, he seemed an extraordinary person. Her father also told her that there was hope that such people existed. Pooja agreed, though she acknowledged that they were in the minority. Still, the young woman had no intention of giving up. It became clear that it was far too dangerous for the demoness to return to the castle alone, now that she had ventured so far from home. He hinted that he had a little time for her and asked if she could come over for a moment. He promised to buy some medicine, so she decided to accompany him. He sensed nothing of her demonic aura and pretended not to understand what she was talking about. She wished to comprehend what he had done. It turned out the young man had merely covered the tips of her horns with something. The blocks were true nightmares, spawning hordes of monsters. He managed to destroy one of them, earning a rare material of mystical S rank. This granted the demons the power to alter their physical form. Then Kujiru transformed the S rank material into an extraordinary, rare element known as... The girl asked with excitement if he could make one for every demon. The young man reminded her that he had crafted it from a very rare mystical material. As long as she kept it concealed, everything would be fine. He advised her to put up her hood and hurry. The girl asked what had inspired him to create it, noting that it appeared to be made especially for demonic horns. She remarked that in this respect, they were quite alike. The girl received this news with delight. What mattered most was that he still did not know her name. Her name was Alice Belnizio. He in turn introduced himself as well. Overwhelmed by hunger, he turned to Alice for help. He was afraid to remain in the human city. She was afraid that people might discover her secret. He offered her a taste of the creamy dessert, which the girl regarded with appreciation. The boy confessed that such a treat was usually reserved for after a healthy meal, but today, he said, was a special occasion. The man noticed how much the young lady was enjoying herself and invited her to try as well. After that, the others began offering her a variety of different dishes. It was difficult to believe. Alice thought so as well. All it took was to meet people, and you would come to understand them. She was certain that her father would have been proud of her beyond any doubt. Yet soon, the lives of these people would be changed forever. She resolved to find shelter for them. She realized they could not afford such a luxury right now, yet the thought of sleeping in a real bed seemed impossibly enticing. The very first thing the girl did was leap onto the bed. He must ensure that she returns home safely. Now he plans to buy medicine and will call his friend during their journey. Alice found herself confused. The young man remarked that while he could handle a fight on his own, she would need someone else to protect her. They were unaware that they would soon have to defend themselves against attacks from other travelers. Fuji walked away, hoping she would be able to return before long. She had almost forgotten that humans and demons could not coexist side by side, but recent events had brought this truth back to her with stark clarity. The girl reflected that Kagami-san's friend must surely be a force for good. He informed Alice of his return and asked her to open the door. She was surprised that it had happened so soon. A broad-shouldered man stood behind the door. He gazed in admiration at the delicate little creature before him, while the girl stood trembling with fear. His name was Takako Bilda. At first glance, one would never guess, but he was a fighter. Kagami believed this was far from obvious. He reassured Alice, asking her not to worry. Takako-chan was already aware of her race. Rocco believed he could never turn away from a girl so gentle. Long ago, he had suffered a grave wound and found himself on the brink of death. The demon granted him healing, saving him from certain death. In the end, humans and demons were not so different after all. When he reflected on this, all the battles and hatred between them seemed utterly pointless. Now, he ran a modest club and bar, striving simply to live a peaceful life. Alice apologized for having been frightened of him at first, expressing her hope that they would come to understand one another. She was certain that they would find common ground. One day, Kagami-chan visited his bar as a customer. From that moment, a special spiritual bond began to form between them. Alice noticed how well they got along. Kujiji jokingly gave him a gentle punch, and Takako responded with a real one. She surmised that poor Alice-chan had been sleeping on the streets all this time. Takako then suggested a trip to the hot springs, and Alice agreed. Kagami-san joined them as well. He chose to stay. Asking the girls to cover his horns with that object, he wished them a pleasant rest. Shako remarked that their Kagami-chan seemed to have a strong aversion to taking baths, which struck him as odd, given that she was a woman. The fact that he referred to himself as a woman truly astonished Alice. It turned out that all along, the little girl had believed he was a man. The other hopes he once harbored gradually fade as he comes to realize that a peasant need not know how to fight. With this understanding, he resolves to be a good man and devote himself to his work, striving to become an excellent tailor. Whether it was a snail or a mossy goblin, Kudzi could easily deal with them by throwing a stone from afar. But monsters of the 4th level and above, the attack proved utterly futile. Fortunately, a powerful warrior came to his rescue. Truly, the peasants were the weakest of all. He turned to God, believing that this was truly unjust. After all, God could have allowed them to choose their own fate. At that moment, the cart came to an abrupt halt. He called out to his father, and the man turned to face him. Finding himself on the brink of death, he ordered his son to flee. Recalling the memory with dread, he tried to reassure himself that it was all in the past. Puji lifted his gaze to the sky. It became clear to Takako that Alice was strikingly pale. The girl was eager to learn how Kagami had managed to reach level 999, given that no monster above level 500 had ever existed. Another individual with a level of 999 appears, aside from Kagami. This person attempts to kill her father. She counted carefully and realized there was no reason for concern. No one but Kagami-san had reached level 999. Alice then asked her why she was so certain. It turns out that Kagami-chan lacks one essential quality that every person should possess. In Alice's view, this deficiency makes him the greatest fool in the world. Alice could not understand what this meant. Who was he, really? What filled Kagami's mind, and how did he grow so strong? Her curiosity was intense. She longed to know everything about him, begging for more. Takako paused, momentarily lost in thought. Merely asking a question and receiving an answer was not enough, especially since they had only just met. In time, they would learn everything they wished to know. For now, discovering each other gradually promised a far more delightful experience. Alice thanked her and promised that she would try to get to know them both better. She lifted the girl onto her shoulders and prepared to make her way toward the hot springs. Meanwhile, people began to notice something unusual in the sky. Something began to fall from the sky. She had thought it was a flock of infernal roosters, yet Alice could not fathom why the Demon King's army would be here. Were they to attack, humanity would never withstand their might. Forever. The demons continued to grow larger, while the people gathered together, determined to destroy them. Her father would never have wished for things to turn out this way. Takako tried to comfort her. This city belongs to the boldest of adventurers. Each one is driven by desperation, yet none would ever surrender so easily. The monsters began to retreat. Kakaka felt certain that only Kagami-san could have accomplished such a feat. Once they discovered the place from which the creatures took to the sky, they would inevitably find it. At that very moment, the boy lifted the pig above his head. To return him once more to the sky, he was astonished that the Bloodwing could fly. All of them seemed to be heading toward the same destination. He doubted that the hero was capable of such a feat. He spotted the commander and realized he would have to find a way to neutralize him. But first, he needed to find Alice in Takoko. He found himself face to face with Rex once more. One wondered whether this fool intended to use any of his techniques here. He placed a pig and something else on him as well. The ease with which the boy could lift such creatures astonished him. Then he hurled the beast. He was not pleased to see him. He asked him to stop flaunting the greatness and strength he imagined himself to possess. Turar agreed, recognizing the truth in his words. They needed to unite and organize a counterattack. It was suggested that this was the very purpose behind all the bows, arrows, and crossbows. Palna added that mages had also arrived. The young man wrestled with the notion that the idea might not be so terrible after all, though doubts lingered. He first meant to praise Sir Hero's skill, but how could they kill the demon commander without interrogating him? If the princesses fired arrows recklessly, they'd harm the city, proof of their inexperience. Good intentions. Kuroru felt regret, yet he was right. She had been so preoccupied with the monsters that she lost sight of the city itself. In her attempt to protect the people, she had nearly exposed them to even greater dangers. Palna asked what they should do, wondering aloud how he managed to scatter the monsters so effortlessly. He wasn't using magic, was he? At that moment, Alice and Takako arrived. Guy felt a wave of relief, grateful that they were unharmed. He realized that she was not his little sister. Fuji remarked that if she truly were his sister, she would not address him by his surname. What mattered most to the young man was the girl's condition. He noticed that she was crying. Kagami reassured her, promising that he would resolve everything. The princess introduced herself as Kanazuki Kuroruhaka Zoldoria. She observed that even if Kagami's power were to be noticed, she doubted humanity could muster its full strength unless they learned to set aside their differences and work together. There was no need for extremes. They only had to capture the demon. The Demon King's army was unaware of their strength, so the attack, already well organized, would be a tremendous surprise. Palna remarked that the demon from the heavens was a matter of an entirely different nature. He urged her to remain calm. When it comes to enemies, he said, they must be defeated. An adversary with unclear intentions inevitably aroused suspicion. The team simply could not comprehend him. It appeared he knew more than one might initially suspect. She found herself increasingly convinced that this man truly possessed some hidden knowledge. She realized that he was under a spell. That day, the Demon King's army launched no attacks. Yet, as her father slept on watch, this sudden calm felt strangely unnatural. It would be wonderful if one could simply walk up to him and ask what he truly desired. Before long, he decided to take a short break. Alice asked what he intended to do next. He responded in roughly these words. In Tokako, everyone acted in perfect harmony. Keiko referred to it as a complimentary express delivery, though she made it clear that passengers' safety was not guaranteed. She gently nudged the boy forward. He found himself increasingly astonished by the city. First there had been monsters, and now people who could fly. It seemed that he had ventured too far, a realization that stirred a sense of unease within him. He began to question whether this was even a city inhabited by humans. He made it there safely, though he had been certain this place would be his end. That damned gorilla. Next time it ought to choose a better target. The man asked me what was happening here. He never realized who the man was. Kujikal, it seemed, was merely passing by. The peasant revealed the measure of his abilities. He called it absurd. With power like that, he could even pose a threat to the demon himself. The demon was not permitted to lay so much as a finger on his majesty. When the demon attacked Kagami-sama, the young man calmly advised him not to be so anxious. Even the king knows him and won't harm him. The demon was shocked his attack failed, and now this commoner seemed to know the demonic sovereign himself. Utter nonsense. He had guessed that Alice was the daughter of the king, for now he cared for the young girl. The demon was astonished that he even knew of Lady Alice's existence. He genuinely cared for her, and so he could not be ignored. He asked whether this young man was an ally of the demons. Kuji replied that he was neither an enemy nor an ally, though he would not claim to stand on the side of humanity either. He was asked why he had come then. He replied that he had an important question. The king known to Kagami harbors no desire to destroy all mankind. His daughter once mentioned that he was ill, and it was in search of a cure for his sickness that she journeyed to such a distant land. It remained uncertain whether this attack had truly been ordered by the king. He did not believe that his majesty was ill. Undoubtedly, this order had come from the king himself. The man was determined to find out whether he had truly received it directly from the monarch. If that were truly the case, then Kuji would not have been able to simply leave everything as it was. It seemed strange that anyone would need to ask whether the demon lord had truly given the order. There was nothing unusual about it. His Majesty sat upon the throne, and at his side stood his right hand, Lord Estella. He recalled how the Lord had said that this was the king's command. To attack the city of Valmon, that was the order. Yet he realized that these commands had not come from his demonic majesty. He sensed that it was still too early to draw any conclusions. Yet the demon realized he now stood in the presence of his demonic majesty. He insisted that it was too soon to speak, yet in truth, they knew nothing about the situation. Perhaps these truly were his intentions, though there remained the possibility that he was being manipulated. He could not believe that a being as powerful as his demonic majesty could ever be subdued. Fuji recalled his own words about the nature of probability. An overly intense reaction would serve no purpose. They decided to set out for His Majesty's castle without delay. Hai took control of the beast that bore them through the skies. He advised them not to stand in his way. Was he planning to cast them into the forest? Fuji saw that only a hellish shock remained. The demon inquired what he intended to do next. He resolved to face the entire pack of infernal creatures at once. It seemed that luck was on his side today. The demon never managed to grasp the thoughts swirling in his mind. Worried about His demonic majesty's illness, he acted strangely, possibly scheming. Kagami-san urged him to calm down, warning that if he kept this up, things would only get worse. He suspected that others took him for a fool. If one wished to confirm his suspicions, both he and the Demon King might soon find themselves in danger. It was a heavy burden for the creature to bear. The wisest course of action was to utterly annihilate the advancing forces, ensuring a covert return to the Demon King's castle. He genuinely wished to return all the money he had received for destroying the Hell Ravens. The demon advised him to let the raven go, warning that it could not bear such a burden. At this pace, they would soon crash to the ground. He replied that if the demon did not know, then that was precisely what he wished for. With a flick of his foot, he struck the raven, causing it to fall unconscious. Panic ensues. They are falling. How could anyone survive under such circumstances? Yet Huji remains certain that everything will turn out fine, though he admits to himself that some pain may be unavoidable. At last he awoke. Kagami noticed that he looked remarkably well. Fuji called him a monster and expressed surprise that he was still alive. Then he asked what his name was. Mino was a brewer. He asked whether the boy truly had no intention of killing him, the demon. Fuji urged him to stop asking such pointless questions. He could find no alternative, yet Mino appeared not only intelligent, but also far more significant. In truth, he is concerned for the king and Alice, isn't he? That means he cannot be such a bad person after all. He realized that he harbored no true enmity toward humans. Fuji understood how senseless it all was. If only there were no monsters, everyone could simply coexist in peace. Monsters are born from the horns of demons, while humans desire nothing but their destruction. Driven by fear, they turn against one another in battle. To Guy, it all simply seemed tragic. Having settled his subordinates, Fuji begins his journey back. Tomorrow at noon, he will return with Elisa. Once that meeting is over, the demon will depart with him. Nino wonders aloud what compels such a reckless person to take this risk. He was surprised the demon seemed to care, though it denied it, saying it couldn't believe Fuji would go so far. It seemed impossible a demon would care, yet Fuji still wanted to assess the Demon King's condition. He decided to let Mino stay with them, offering companionship, while Lady Alice remained safe. He had come to realize that Mino was truly a good person. Alice would undoubtedly be pleased. They would meet again the next day. The demon wondered at the peasant's calm. Wasn't it absurd? Though frozen, he lived, just like the last fool. An ordinary passerby for now. The demon chose to watch, realizing coexistence with humans couldn't be won by fighting. Was peace truly attainable? Menos realized this was not a matter for idle speculation. His only hope was that Lady Elisa remained safe. At that moment, a woman named Kudzi Yand noticed the faintest hint of a smile on the girl's lips. She felt grateful to Kagami-san for the heartfelt conversation with Mino. Alice had described him as thoughtful, so it was natural to suspect Mino might have launched the attack. Still, she found the idea of seeing him again something she would welcome. She recognized the group's hero, disguised as an ordinary person, a risky move, but socializing was important. The young man wondered about Takako-chan. The girl knew she'd gone to her shop. Kudi laughed, deciding to reflect later. The area was crowded with people, yet a demonic energy seemed to radiate from Mino. The demons would not cooperate, thus their presence was rendered useless. Realizing that traveling on foot would take far too long, with no certainty of when they might finally arrive, Koji became acutely aware of the hopelessness of their situation. There exists a form of transport willing to serve even demons. The girl insisted, with determined persistence, that they should use it. Alice was amazed to see the Valmen beings. A creature told the staring onlookers to stop. Kuji explained these were centaurs, so proud they'd never admit humans existed. He suggested observing their reaction. He briefly felt satisfied, but it was clear they were repulsively extreme masochists, obeying only to be deceived. He, like Alice, had no wish to use them. Even seeing them would make the light leave her eyes. She had never suspected that such monsters existed. The girl thought that Kagami-san must possess a wealth of knowledge. The young man admitted he had traveled to many places before reaching level 999. She had been pondering this for quite some time. How had a simple peasant accomplished what even a hero could not? She longed to understand how he had managed to rise to such heights. Kuji replied that he had achieved everything through hard work. The girl wondered to herself, if that was his secret, then so be it. Still, curiosity tugged at her, making it difficult to let the matter rest. He asked her not to look at him that way. Anyone in her position would have been intrigued, particularly by how he had managed to reach level 999. He began saving money in hopes of securing a peaceful life. At the same time, he continued to improve his skills. The agreement to accept the prize was written plainly on her troubled face. Money truly does matter. Alice realized this as Kudzi explained that, although money is important, it is far from being everything in this world. Both food and shelter cost money, and even hiring a guard was expensive for a frail peasant. To earn such funds, one had to defeat a powerful monster. The girl realized he advanced once he understood this necessity. Was wealth truly worth the peril to his life? Kuji reflected on her earlier hope, that with riches and power, facing hardships would somehow become easier. While in the Adventurer's Guild shop, he saw an announcement for a plot of land in the royal capital priced at 50 gold coins. Though he was briefly intrigued by the idea of quickly earning a house, his focus soon shifted. This was a serious matter. The contents remained a mystery until the purchase was made, and all of it came at the staggering price of 10,000 gold coins, which left him utterly astonished. She asked him not to buy it and how much money he had. He said about 5,000. She felt that amount could buy a castle, and spending it seemed pointless, but he dreamed big and valued meaning over price, embracing the challenge eagerly. She suspected that it might be an object holding the secrets of the world. Alice realized that she could neither stop him nor discern whether Kagami-san was truly serious. He had no intention of offering her a simple explanation. She realized it was impossible to explain. The young man admitted money was his initial focus, hoping Alice would discuss it, but he had since understood that money was, in truth, a mysterious thing. The money that monsters dropped played an important role in people's lives. The girl couldn't understand why he was asking. Hadn't it always been this way? Just then, the boys were called away. Chan surveyed the surroundings, searching for them. He suggested they continue the conversation another time. Alice was expected to meet this Mingo, and Takako had already guessed that he was the subject of their discussion. The girl chose not to rush him, and the woman found this gesture comforting. She wondered how long she and Kagami-sen would remain together. Nino was relieved to find Alice unharmed on the outskirts of Valmont. To have come this far alone was truly remarkable. Although his duty was to protect her, he had nevertheless attacked the city where Lady Alice resided. The young woman asked him not to worry about it. He realized that Kudzi had not lied. He knew he had to express his gratitude to the brave man who had protected Alice-sama. Suddenly, Takako-kan noticed him and called him handsome, a remark that startled him unexpectedly. She did not find Tukako-san frightening. Indeed, she was even accepting of demons. At that, Mino apologized and introduced himself. Tukako, though a courageous gentleman, had never truly appealed to her. The young men affirmed that she was indeed a woman. Her name is Tukako Bilda, and she is pleased to make his acquaintance. The demon offers a heartfelt apology. He considered that, since Mino radiated demonic energy, it would be best to keep him out of sight. He assumed they would have to leave this place soon. Turning to Alisa-sama, Mino addressed her directly. For some time now, he had been pondering the fact that he was unable to sense the girl's demonic power. She explained that it was all thanks to the fabric she had received from Kagami-sama. Because of it, she had even managed to reach the city of Valmon. Fuji had even bought her a ribbon. Nino was surprised when she learned about this. He replied that they were exceedingly rare, so he had been able to make only one. Vino realized then that in truth, he did not hate these demons. At that moment, a portal appeared nearby, and from it stepped the hero Rex. At last, the true nature of Kuji was revealed. Yet not everyone felt joy at this revelation. Some members of the group began to grow suspicious. Traveling alongside demons was inherently dangerous, and the claim that she was his sister seemed hardly believable. The merchants were instructed to prepare themselves. The boy was astonished by the way they appeared, one after another. The young man was certain that his journey would end here. Kuji inquired why everyone had suddenly been gathered together. The princess explained that this was done to ensure no one could escape. He replied that in that case, he would receive 0 points this time. There was no sense in fighting an unbeatable opponent. Asked about encircling Rex, the hero said such tactics wouldn't work on scoundrels like him. Proji suggested surrendering, but Rex thought that if the hero gave in, then... Among the villains, the main character noticed one who was inexperienced and reckless, yet undeniably courageous. It would be a tragedy if the hero were to perish. Some called the young man a monster. Yet this did not trouble him. On the contrary, he simply asked to be left alone and urged them to return to their mission, the destruction of the Demon King. They realized that the Demon King's subordinates stood directly before them. Yesterday's attack had left many casualties in its wake. There could be no doubt that the attacker would not be allowed to escape so easily. They realized the fairness of the situation. None denied that Mino had indeed caused chaos in the city. He wondered whether it was worth apologizing for this, but the demons saw no point in it. The demons endured constant humiliation as a result of the attack that had occurred the day before. Simple apologies are not enough in this place. Demons that threaten human lives are regarded as evil. Anyone who aids them is just as much a wrongdoer. The thought infuriated Kuji. The boy demanded to know whether the other truly believed his not-quite-sister was evil. He might think he understood demons, but she was the daughter of the Demon King, a revelation that left him astonished. They crossed paths time and again, yet never once did they take notice. Perhaps it was because they had never seen in her the embodiment of absolute evil. Because monsters are born from the horns of demons, they pose a threat to humans. Yet aside from this danger, demons are no different from ordinary people. For this very reason, he had allowed his demonic friends to perish. Therefore, the one who attacked the city is undoubtedly a criminal. They were taken aback by his admission. He simply said, "What a pity." He reminded them that he had simply been following orders. Yet, according to Alice, something was amiss with the Demon King. They did not understand what he meant. Kuji confessed that he had already encountered the Demon King before. They do not sense in him any desire to destroy humanity, and thus they do not believe that this attack was the Demon King's own initiative, despite his terrifying appearance. He, however, wishes to verify this for himself. He kept making jokes without pause. Never in his life would he have believed such a thing possible. Puji had truly met the Demon King. The hero began to wonder whether anyone suspected that he had come to destroy humanity. On what does he base his deceitful assumptions? Furo will agree with him. For demons had always been humanity's chief adversaries. He asked them whether the Demon King's army had ever attacked humans. They admitted that it had never happened. People had hunted down every demon they could find, yet not once had the Demon King retaliated. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance that the young man was telling the truth, what reason remained to fight if the Demon King truly was not their enemy? Nevertheless, Palna remained convinced that the Demon King was indeed their foe. They all needed to regain their composure and launch an attack against their adversaries. Yesterday, he was attacked by demons, an undeniable fact. There is a possibility they could have manipulated his mind. One should not blindly trust their words. They admitted that at that point, nothing more could be done. If that was their conclusion, then the time had come to say farewell. They had fled. The crew realized they were being deceived. Kuji wondered if speaking once more might bring some clarity. Sooner or later, their paths would cross again. The group set off in pursuit. The young man realized they could not accept this. For these people, coexisting with demons meant resigning themselves to wounds inflicted by monsters. They realized that the path toward coexistence was, in truth, anything but easy. She remarked that, unlike in the past, at least now they were willing to listen. They acknowledged that she was right. He believed he had no other choice. As long as Alice does not give up, he will always remain by her side. Kagachi announced that he had prepared the wagon in advance. Kuji asked him when exactly he had managed to do it. The boy was met by proud centaurs, and because of this he developed a hatred for Mino. The demon had stolen it from a passing merchant. Since the merchant had not been killed, there should have been no complications. Takako surmised that this was precisely how the heroes had found them. Kuji called him a fool. He decided to take the wheel. The young men set out on their journey. The team of heroes realized that their adversaries had escaped. However, since their goals aligned, the likelihood of crossing paths again remained very high. He was convinced that these monsters were loathsome creatures he was duty-bound to destroy. Those who seek to destroy humanity will find no escape. Yet if there exist demons who truly desire peace, he realized that he was a hero. He suggested they embark on a journey, reminding them of the need to prepare provisions for the road ahead. The young man was surprised to see that she did not so much as flinch at the proposal. Some distance from the demon lord's castle lay the fortified city of Selmeria. Alice was struck by the grandeur of its walls. They were nothing like those she had seen encircling Valmon. He explained that the strict laws in Salmeria were due to its proximity to the Demon King's castle. However, if she truly wished to proceed, he would support her. Koko acknowledged that he was a remarkable child, but the censor addressed Kuji as though he were nothing more than a worm, advising him not to speak of Takako in such familial terms. The boy understood then that he was being scorned. Everyone understood the plan. They had come to this city with the intention of trading. The guard remarked that such a venture was a considerable risk for an ordinary peasant. Privately, Kudzi admitted to himself that he was glad to have hired such reliable protectors. Once the inspection was over, the boys were free to go. The parade had drawn a crowd, so their chances seemed promising. It was the first time they learned of this opportunity. The streets of Salmeria captivated Alice. However, Pagami-chan behaved strangely, attributing his oddness to feeling unwell. Curious, the young man began questioning others in hopes of uncovering more details. A few days ago, Salmeria defeated the Demon King's army here. Tomorrow, a punitive squad would form. Takako thought they'd been attacked much like in Valmen. He realized that the Demon King had never done anything like this before. Evidently, the fact that their first attack had been repelled had dealt them a serious blow, and now, to mark the occasion, a celebration was being held. The monsters near the Demon Lord's castle are so strong that any squad sent would likely be wiped out, with at best half surviving. How could anyone think his army would attack first? This endless war and revenge will never end. Its existence would likely soon come to an end. It was widely believed that halting the punitive forces now would be nearly impossible. The demons needed only to launch another assault. Defending Salmeria was on the verge of becoming an unattainable task. Everyone agreed with her, since Atro Island, home to the Demon Lord's castle, was notorious for fearsome monsters and could easily see a massive monster horde gathered in preparation for an attack. If the demons truly intended this, they could have virtually obliterated their enemies with a single blow. Not even Salmeria would have withstood such an assault. Takako agreed with this assessment. That was why he conceived a plan. As punishment, they would be sent to the Demon King to try to persuade him and then escape together with the entire demon race. Takako understood how he felt. She believed the plan was far too risky. She asked what he would do if the Demon King truly desired the annihilation of all humankind. Cannot remain indifferent. Could Kuji truly believe that she would simply ignore this? Alice admits that, indeed, he is right. If her father is genuinely preparing for a war against humanity, then that he would engage them in battle. However, together with the demons, united by their shared desire for peaceful coexistence, the formation of the Allied forces came as a surprise to the boys. He suggested gathering a large group of people and demons who truly wished to see the conflict end. In his opinion, if one were to look, many such individuals could be found. Oko doubted whether such a situation was truly possible. Perhaps she had already asked before, but could it really be that both sides might live in peace? They declared that they had already achieved this. They will join these united forces. She considered the possibility that one day she might have to stand against her own father. The young woman pondered this, reflecting on what she would do if her father truly intended to declare war. Unwilling to abandon the idea of peaceful coexistence between their races. He had no intention of stopping there. The young man suggested that they try together. He asked Mino about himself. He remained loyal to his infernal majesty, yet leaving Alice behind was beyond him. Peering out from the carriage, he declared that he simply could not abandon her. Kuj reminded him that it was forbidden to step outside the carriage. Though Keiko thought her actions reckless, she joined the cheerful group anyway. Kuji proposed they be friends. The centaurs decided to come too, and after expressing thanks, Kakako resolved to journey to the demonic lord's castle. Puji realized that while a cheerful mood was certainly pleasant, what he wanted most was to leave this place as soon as possible. Takoko asked him to sit up straight. Due to a recent attack, the main gates would remain closed until sunset. The gates were guarded with great vigilance. The boys realized that slipping away unnoticed would be nearly impossible, so they knew they must avoid drawing any unnecessary attention to themselves. Fuji suggested that they should escape at once, the moment the gates opened. Alice agreed with him. In the end, the unit would be large enough that their departure would take some time, giving them a chance to arrive earlier. Kujin remarked that she seemed to have a talent for reading minds. He had expected them to be filled with excitement. Instead, they calmly considered everything in thoughtful silence. Looking at them, it is hard to believe that peace between humans and demons seems so unattainable. It was time to stop wandering here. Since they were unable to wander freely, why not take pleasure in the parade? Yet Alice felt that this was hardly the proper place for such things. She might have felt sorry for Mino, but Takako explained that he had asked her not to worry about him. The task was to accompany this child during walks around the city. Tehaku Tretten Kuji. A street parade mesmerized the young woman with its extraordinary performers, and the city's excitement was palpable. Sensing the fervor, Kuji suggested they calm down and get something to eat. Alice was given a balloon as a gift. Others offered her some of her aunt's cookies and a little shashlik as well. Alice was delighted by the abundance of gifts she had received from others. Puji recalled that back on Valmani too, she too had often ended up with many things. Perhaps this was her true talent. He suggested that Kagami-san join him for a meal, asking once more if she was truly certain about her decision. She realized that he was always looking out for her. Perhaps if she ate this, she would regain her strength. Kuji was surprised. Though she was just a child, she displayed such sincerity. She worries deeply about him, though her concern is unnecessary thanks to his remarkable talent. His ability, known as auto-regeneration, allows him to effortlessly heal any minor injuries. She realized why he always appeared impeccable. The girl admitted to herself that Kagami-san was truly remarkable. She, too, wished to be helpful to everyone around her. She replied that she was already proving her worth. Before she arrived, he had nearly lost all hope for coexistence. Alice moved, catching Pooja's attention. Noticing the sign that read spaghetti, he decided it was worth a try. He began to probe, trying to discern what the young man meant. But the boy had no intention of revealing his secret, especially with Rex standing before him. He was astonished at how slowly he could eat. In contrast, Heat believed that good table manners were important. Their gazes soon met Kuji's. He clearly had not expected to see him here. Atros Castle was the domain of the Demon Lord. Her army was rapidly approaching. Rex eagerly awaited their meeting. In the restaurant, the young man asked Rex to restrain himself. He sensed an opportunity, knowing that Rex had something he wanted to ask. Fuji slipped away quietly. The group found themselves increasingly irritated by his constant disappearances. Nevertheless, they set off in pursuit once more. They realized that he was lost to them. Kalna turned to the insolent Rex and asked what they should do next. Rex replied that at least now they knew he was somewhere in this city. They decided that, given the circumstances, it might be wise to inform the townspeople and involve them in the search. But Rex warned them to reconsider, uncertain how the young man might react. The hero worried that Kujimi might harm anyone who found him. However, Ruru was certain that this would not happen. In their last encounter with the boy, they had emerged completely unscathed, and she thanked him for being such a terrible person. It struck the girls as peculiar. After all, the princess could not stop mentioning that young man. He wished only to speak with them, and when they attacked without giving him a chance, he offered no resistance. He made no attempt to impose his values or force them to submit to his will. He simply ran away. Rex realized that he had always looked down on others, but harming others without thought troubled him, especially since he'd fled in desperation. He wished they hadn't trapped him. Palna wondered if they'd keep chasing him, realizing, strangely, she and the demons were now allies. The princess only wishes to ask him one thing. Why does he defend the demons? The next time they cross paths, she hopes to uncover the answer. Meanwhile, they reassure Palna not to worry so much. Their goal to destroy the demons remains unchanged. He caught his breath after running, surprised by how quickly they had arrived. This astonished Alice, while Pooja grew irritated by how often they seemed to run into each other. She saw a crowd of people and realized they were clearly enjoying themselves. Yet the girl could not make out what was happening. He embraced her and asked if she was feeling any better. There was no doubt that her nerves were made of steel. He realized then that her thoughts were still drifting toward the festival. After offering his apologies, Kuji reflected that this had been an enjoyable way to discover something new. His attention was soon drawn to the ice cream. The girl realized that people were capable of remarkable things if they could create such delicious treats. She wished that everyone could have the chance to taste them. As the residents hurried past, they began to gather in one place. She grew frightened upon learning of the monster that people were battling. When asked about the source of all the excitement, the boy explained that a festival performance was underway, during which warriors triumphed over feeble monsters. But then, quite suddenly, something strange occurred. A formidable monster appeared in the arena. The men were taken aback, realizing that this time they faced a truly formidable adversary, only to bring them crashing to the ground a moment later. He realized this was no mere performance. Fuji urged them to stay back. Knowing his skill needed time he didn't have, the young man hesitated, uncertain and unsure what to do next. He was preparing to kill the man when, at that very moment, someone unleashed a divine shield. The protection turned out to be the princess's doing. She had, in fact, urged him to flee at once, warning that the shield would soon dissipate. He remained where he was, asking her to forget about him and run. The girl, however, replied that she had no intention of fleeing. The duty of the nobility was to protect the people. They could not sacrifice the lives of others for their own salvation. The obstacle vanished, yet she remained motionless. She found herself shielded from the monster by Kuji, whose sudden appearance took her by surprise. He prepared to strike with his fists. He unleashed a charged strike that utterly destroyed him. It was announced that the princess had earned a perfect score of 100 points this time. Her team rushed to her side. He recognized the young man at once. Realizing his fate, the boy offered no resistance. Rex caught him firmly, giving him no chance to escape. The hero asked how he had managed to defeat him. Rex explained that the monster was formidable, but he defeated it with a charging blow. He found it odd such a simple move worked. Kuji realized it was the only skill he could use quickly enough at the time. He had many topics he wished to discuss with him. He did not object, but insisted that they first make sure there were no other monsters nearby. She expressed her gratitude to Kuji for saving her. He admitted that his success was possible only because she had bought him time. Her intervention allowed him to gather enough strength to defeat the enemy with a single blow. Even if it had not been a demon, she would have become one herself to save him, wouldn't she? Kuji replied that he chose to remain neutral. Meanwhile, the guard was rushing toward the boys. Gripped by panic, they decided to flee at once. He assumed that the implication was the presence of even more monsters nearby, yet the true meaning lay elsewhere entirely. A vast army of monsters from the island of Allstoro is marching this way. Their number is estimated at around 10,000. The hero was advised to begin evacuating the townspeople without delay. He would set out alone to search for his companions, but to succeed, he would need the help of Takako-chan. He would entrust Alice to their care. The boys were angered, but while Rex insisted demons were sworn enemies and questioned the consequences of leaving her with them, Pruji argued that the demons wouldn't have asked the boys if they intended to kill her themselves. Hadn't Rex mentioned that he wished to discuss something with him? The hero nodded in agreement. Palna suggested that he had not been concerned about her possible death, since, in the end, it would not have mattered. He was determined to ensure the girl's safety, to acknowledge his evident despair. Turning to Alice, she remarked that in the end she had been abandoned. The girl, however, firmly refused to accept this. Little Alice genuinely believed in them. For this reason, she too continued to hold on to that faith. She could only imagine what would happen when this horde of monsters finally reached her. Uncertain and afraid, the girl had no idea what to do. She embraced the girl, soothing her and urging her not to overburden her mind with worry. They would keep their promise. She posed no danger at all. Sensing that this was no time for hesitation, she resolved to act. The girl was invited to join in working together to ensure everyone could be evacuated safely. Monsters had begun their assault, and the boys warned that an entire horde was marching toward the city. They urged everyone to evacuate at once. Alice, too, pleaded with the crowd to flee in order to save their lives. Rex shielded her from the falling stones and cautioned her to be careful. Someone in the crowd jeered at him, calling him a wretch. Takashi disliked seeing the hero standing so close to the girl. The strong man remarked that a peasant had been looking for him. Alice corrected him, pointing out that it was actually a woman, yet he persisted in addressing her as the strong one. He was surprised to learn that it was a woman. To Takako, this seemed impolite, prompting him to swiftly reach an unconventional conclusion. He demanded the immediate release of Alisa-sama. Rex replied that, although Mina had concealed her true nature, he had nonetheless sensed her demonic power. He explained that a villager had asked him to keep watch over her. Soon I was taken aback by Kagami's unexpected decision. They assessed the situation and decided to search for Kagami-chan too. Since there was only one road leading to the end, it was possible he had simply taken a wrong turn. No one noticed where the man had gone. In a panic, the guard rushed over to the boys. It was said that a man was single-handedly fighting off a horde of monsters near the western gates. All the others had fled, leaving him alone. the villager stood his ground, battling heroically on his own. The farmer stands condemned while the guard pleads for help in a desperate attempt to save him. He realized that it was Kagami's sand. There would always be those who harbored hatred toward demons for the villages they had destroyed, making any prospect of peaceful coexistence impossible under such circumstances. Samasana resolved to protect them on his own. The girl followed him. It was Kagami-chan, but facing everyone alone proved far too difficult for her. Takako-chan decided to carry her on her shoulders. She guessed that the person he spoke of was most likely Kagami-san. At that moment, Takako understood they needed to hurry. Although he possessed the skill of healing, the enemies were far too numerous. They spoke of Kagami-chan. Not everything can be resolved alone. Only a fool would try to do so. Moreover, they were irritated by Kuji's decision to take everything upon himself. The boys were surprised to learn that he intended to join them and offer his help. He couldn't just ignore it. What intrigued him more was why this commoner acted alone, likely to spare others, human or demon, from suffering for his deeds. Yet such isolation was nothing less than courting death. Even if there is only a 1% chance of success, Kuji will never give up. Still, it is important to distinguish courage from recklessness. For Kagami-chan, this distinction matters greatly when it comes to those he cares about. Rex felt no fear for his own life. He wished to convey that he was prepared for anything. Go interrupted him, pointing out that readiness was not the issue. Mino stopped abruptly. One of the boys stood surrounded by the countless corpses of slain monsters. She struggled to comprehend how such a thing could be possible. How could a commoner possess such qualities? The girl found herself worrying about Kagami-san. Koji immediately re-engaged in battle with the monster he had just defeated. What was happening? Another group was advancing, relentlessly pursuing Koji-sama. The 999th peasant seemed almost demonic. He had fought against 10,000 monsters. The boys found it unbelievable. Rex could not comprehend why he had taken such a risk. Takaso decided it was time to tell them the truth. When Kuji was a child, he witnessed a monster kill his father before his very eyes. Sorrow and disappointment weighed heavily upon him. Kuji could not forgive himself for his own weakness in a world that rendered not only ordinary people, but also creatures, demons, and even himself defenseless. He cursed them all. Kagami-chan longed to become stronger by slaying monsters. Mei-chan had been defeating monsters by hurling stones from a distance. Yet there were limits to how far this method could take her against level 4 creatures. No matter how many foes she overcame, her experience failed to increase. The situation remained unchanged, for he continued to flee and destroy monsters from a distance. In the end, he was left shackled by his own weakness. We stop fighting from a safe distance and, with desperate resolve, confront them face to face. For a peasant, it was nothing short of suicide, yet he yearned to test himself. He needed to discover whether he should let go of vengeance for his father and choose to live on, or if weakness still held him back. To determine whether life is worth continuing. It became clear that these goblins were truly formidable. Or perhaps it was simply that the villagers were extraordinarily weak. He was surprised to find that his previously unchanging level had finally risen from the 4th to the 5th. At that moment, Kagami-chan realized that in this world, defeating an enemy under very unfavorable circumstances, even if both were equal in level, granted more experience, proportional to the gap in strength. The weaker one's equipment and combat skills compared to an opponent, the more experience one stands to gain. Experience is a double-edged sword, earned only by risking one's life. This is the sole advantage possessed by peasants. He wondered whether the peasants would die as they grew stronger. The thought did not trouble him. In fact, it suited him well. The strength level is equal to the value of a goat's life. He vowed to destroy every last monster and demon that had bestowed life upon them. True to his words, he repeatedly hurled himself into perilous battles, risking his life each time. The death of his father had etched a deep well of hatred in Kuji's heart. While far from home, Hammy was seized by anxiety and turned back, only to discover that the villagers had been killed, his mother among them. A ruthless gang had massacred the entire village. Alice felt pity for the boy. Marco concluded that it was monsters who had killed his father, while humans were responsible for his mother's death. He realized why he had chosen to remain neutral. The woman explained to the girl that meeting her father had played a significant role in Kagami's decision. She was unaware of this. Takoko advised her to learn all the details directly from him. It was made clear that the boy's death must not be allowed, a sentiment with which Tukaku agreed. He, too, would spare no effort. Those monsters would have had no need to wage battle against the demons. If it did not exist, everyone could have lived in peace, and then his father and mother surely would not have died. He longed to discover who made all these rules. It was the world itself, yet Kuji would never forgive it. The creature readies itself to strike. He had no intention of surrendering so easily. He realized that he would not have time to use this skill when it was needed. It was a pity, but at least he had managed to reduce their numbers, if only by a little. This would lift the morale of Salmeria's adventurers, ensuring the city remained unscathed. Thus, the prospect of coexistence would be preserved. To him, this sounded dreadful. Suddenly they were struck by a blow from someone unseen. A blow from the princess was the last thing they wanted, for she would be deeply troubled if Kujisa were to perish because of their actions. He had not expected this from her. She cast yet another spell. Join the battle as well. Curse it all, he could not bring himself to flee and abandon the battle to an ordinary person. They believed they had come here to die. Kokoko-chan finally mustered the resolve to teach everyone a lesson. She told the boy that she had come to save him. They believed they were merely signing their own death warrants. In truth, the only one destined to die was him. Nino resolved to shoulder this burden as well. He was surprised to find him there as well. After all, he too was a demon. Nino asked whether Kagami intended to throw his life away, just as needlessly. She knew that he was covered in scars and longed to heal him. Helnis promised herself that this time she would make him explain everything properly. Even she was here now. They had come to save him, and now they would join forces to stand against the threat together. If indeed they truly wished to perish, the princess replied that they would not perish, nor would they let any harm befall him. In that moment, Kuji realized he was no longer alone. Concerned about Alice's whereabouts, Nino explained that she had gone in search of a safe refuge. He sensed that he, too, should find a place to hide, yet uncertainty shadowed his decision. They understood perfectly. Escape would be a last resort. This was not a suicide mission. He was determined to bring this to an end, and Tina was ready to help him. He charged fearlessly at the monster, refusing to yield even a single step. The creature struck him with a stone sphere, knocking him off his feet. She asked if he was all right. Fuji wondered for a moment whether he might actually have died. He felt defeated, having relied too heavily on her to heal him. She replied her name was Tina, not Heiyu, and warned that removing her as cleric would endanger the party, urging caution. The young man admitted he was wrong to say the princess deserved 0 points and apologized. It was suggested that the boys join forces, and they discussed the idea together. He realized that these flying monsters had become a serious problem. For this reason, he turned to Kiraru and Palna for help. He removed the girls who were outraged by these actions. He then asked them to cast a few spells for him. She could not comprehend why he had said that. At that moment, they soared into the sky. The man had offered to lift them upwards. The girls unleashed their magic against the monsters, leading him to conclude that they were undoubtedly extraordinary sorceresses. He proved to be incredibly successful. Kuroru wondered whether he realized what he was doing to the princess. She had believed they were working together as partners. His words struck the princess deeply, and at that moment, she decided that all she needed to do was forgive him. The boys refused to surrender. Takako planned to give the weaker ones to Rex and handle the strong herself, but Rex, offended, insisted he could handle at least as many strong opponents on his own. Orpho reflected on the fact that one day he would certainly grow stronger. Nino admitted that if a hero like Orpho became any more powerful, he would surely be in trouble. With that thought, the boys decided to move on. By the time they reached the exit, their strength had completely abandoned them. He noticed that everyone was already nearing the limits of their strength, and this brought him no comfort. Yet, there were still many monsters left. While they still had the strength to move, it was their chance to retreat. The man was about to fall back, but Tatsuko halted him, asking him not to speak that way. They still possessed the strength to keep fighting. They refused to flee, unwilling to abandon anyone. As the princess remarked, they understand exactly what he is trying to do. He did not know what to do. If things continued like this, everyone would perish. Alice invited the young man, assuring him that everything would be all right. He had not expected to encounter Alice here at all. Behind her stood travelers from Salmeria. She joyfully announced that it was now her turn to save Kagami-san. The travelers were ready to defend Salmeria, while Kudzi was confused. Soon, Alice addressed them all, explaining that the fighters of Salmeria needed the travelers' help in the ongoing battle. No one dared to challenge this horde of monsters. Witnessing the determination of those around them, they found the courage they needed to rejoin the battle. He felt grateful to Kuji for his tireless efforts. Kararu was astonished that an ordinary peasant who had single-handedly fought against 10,000 monsters could inspire so many adventurers. The scene unfolded like an illustration from one of the epic poems she had once read in the castle library. Even Rexa found herself surprised by this peasant. That was why he too needed to see things through to the end. He resolved to give it his all. The young man asked Alice to stay back, warning her of the danger in this place. Her old friend regretted turning her away, especially since she had so hoped, for once, to finally help him. Kudzi replied that what struck him most was that, despite Alice being a demon, there was something truly remarkable about her. Armed with nothing but a strong desire to help, she managed to persuade all those people. He is grateful to her. Fuji made up his mind to embark on a journey to the battle. He was determined to give his all and emerge victorious. Rex sensed this was self-evident and required no words. What truly surprised him was the thought that one day these young men might become his enemies. He knew that everything would be all right here, and so he could celebrate as he pleased. He strode forward bravely to face the monster. The adventurers from Salmeria could not comprehend where he found the strength to carry on the battle for so long. The young man grabbed hold of her leg, convinced that this was the moment they would take flight. To awaken the beast, watch as he tosses it into the air. He considered it inhumane. He could no longer discern which of them was truly the monster. His companion, however, paid no heed to such concerns. The only thing that mattered was that he fought on their side. They are confident in their victory and urge everyone to keep moving forward. How courageous the young men had been in battle. After much deliberation, he sprang forward with determination. He declared that he was not finished yet. The adventurers realized that they would hardly be able to overcome such a challenge on their own. They wanted to give Rex a potion, but the boy refused, saying he was fine. He had already taken so much that the potion no longer had any effect on him. The princess believed he ought to rest, but Rex insisted that he was a hero and could not surrender. He felt he must remain courageous until the very end. She believed that retreat, too, demanded courage. Allowing one's weary body a moment of rest was a choice he was entitled to make. In such a battle, there was no need to exhaust oneself beyond measure. He inquired about Kuji. After a brief moment of thought, he replied that Kagami-san was resting, untroubled by any of the world's cares. Even at rest, he could heal unaided by regenerative items. Rex realized the young man had a level 100 skill, while Tina wondered if he trusted others more than anyone else ever could. She realized that he genuinely trusted his companions, allowing himself to rest in peace. They all relied on one another. He realized that none of them could truly compare to him. Tina agreed. Level 999 was undeniably impressive, but what the hero meant went far beyond mere numbers. What stands out most is his ability to act without hesitation or prejudice, a quality particularly evident when it comes to Rex. It was the same here. Falnus noticed that they had decided to take a break, which suited him perfectly. Takoko and Mino needed to rest as well. He advised them to drink the potion while its effects still lasted. It would have been so easy to kill him at that moment. Yet Takoko turned to her and said that, in her place, she would not do it. He no longer wishes to hear what Kagami-chan has to say after everything that has happened. She replied that she would wait for it, certain it would happen soon. He realized that everything was unfolding according to plan. The ending was already clear before his eyes. He informed the boys that there was very little left to endure. The ground began to tremble. The most formidable monster was drawing closer to the boys. Fuji realized at once that this could only mean trouble. This was nothing like what he had hoped for. She could not even imagine what it was. Never before had she heard of such a creature, not even in the royal records. What kind of monster could this possibly be? Mino had no idea. He had never witnessed anything like it before. Chikako was astonished, for even as a servant of the demon lord he could not identify this creature. This power is not meant for display, it is truly impressive. Takao turned to Kagami-san, and, with a note of regret, suggested that it was best if they retreated. He was surprised by his own size, and decided to stretch his limbs. The woman had not yet realized what he intended to do. They needed to retreat. But soon it became clear to her where this was leading. Russ was preparing to launch an attack, but Takako called him a fool. He had nearly managed to strike the creature. He pushed the boy aside, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ventura realized that even he was no match for this monster. Salmeria was doomed to fall. Marco felt a deep sense of disappointment. Not even Kagami-san could compel him to move from his spot. He tried to encourage him and suggested that he drink a potion. She replied that it was dangerous, but admitted the danger did not trouble her. The young woman realized that escape was futile. They were in this together. He realized there was no point in putting pressure on himself. He could see the fear in her eyes. He admitted that it was his own excessive efforts that had caused the tension. Because of this, Alice trembled with fear and anxiety. Kuji apologized to her, while the demon descended to the boys, surprised to find that he was still alive. The reason everything fell behind schedule was because the adventurers from Salmeria fought for far longer than anyone had anticipated. For a moment, it seemed as though it was the hero himself who had ignited this fire within them. To recognize Lord Estella, rumors had spread of his disappearance, yet in truth, he remained in the service of Lady Alice. Such unwavering loyalty to the demonic lord was entirely in character for him. Mino was surprised to know him. It was Lord Estella Ergot, once his right hand before turning to the demons, now the second most powerful after the king, and instantly recognized by Alice. Kagami Dono's injuries were of far greater concern to me. Fortunately, the young man felt well after drinking the potion. He had yet to use any of his own supplies, which made the medicine remarkably effective. He said he still intended to fight. Kuji replied he wanted to handle the troublemaker first, but was ready to face him too, noting no one would object if he just watched, as the master had allowed him to do as he wished. He returned to Estella and told her that Kagami Dono was by no means an ordinary person. Although a commoner by birth, he had reached level 999. This did not surprise me. While reaching such a level was unprecedented, he remained nothing more than a commoner. He could not comprehend why anyone would offer such unwavering support to a man like him. A commoner was not worthy of such respect. He did not understand what was meant by that remark, specifically that he was still merely a commoner. Estella clarified that commoners typically possessed low attributes. Level 999, when compared to other classes such as heroes or mages, was of little consequence. A peasant was so weak that one could scarcely mention him at all. Mino replied that it was not only one's levels that held value, but skills as well. The master inquired whether he possessed knowledge of any abilities beyond self-healing, for even mastering such a skill alone was considered a true marvel. He stands as the only peasant striving to reach the 100th level or beyond. Owing to his unique specialization, he is able to advance far more quickly than others. Yet, without a doubt, he is the one who— it was as if he could hurl objects with a mere flick of his fingers. Takako wondered how this demon could possibly know so much. She went on to say that, even setting aside their respective skills, the disparity in their attributes was undeniable. Not even a level 999 villager could have defeated this opponent. It was said that the man was returning. Level 999 was considered the ultimate limit for a commoner, even with a multitude of unique skills. Yet Pudi found himself questioning whether this was truly the case. Undoubtedly, he managed to significantly reduce the losses he had incurred. He noted the peasant's health and mana were below a mage's, yet his endurance was astonishing, likely due to a unique skill. His perseverance was remarkable, but seemed ability-based. The master urged him to surrender while alive. Kudzi realized that he could not kill them all. He declared that his sole purpose was to destroy Salmeria. The Lord would show no mercy and would kill him without hesitation if he stood in the way. The destruction of this insignificant town meant nothing to him. The lives of its inhabitants held no value in his eyes. Alice approached Estella. She wished he would stop. Her father would never have wasted time on anything like this. She spoke to him again. He knew perfectly well that neither she nor the demonic lord would have wished for this. As they pointed toward the creature, they wondered if the demonic overlord would give the same answer if asked now. The boys could hardly believe it themselves. This poses quite a challenge, yet gradually they introduced the medication in order to diminish that overwhelming strength. At last, he managed to harness his power and bend the other to his will. Nino was certain the demon lord had never desired this battle. He replied that it was he who had sought this very battle. Inside the colossal beast was the demon lord. Estella saw that he hadn't wanted this war, yet paradoxically desired it. Alice couldn't understand why. Kuji asked the young man in black armor if this was truly evil in the end. He replied that they called him the Messiah. This was a weapon of mass destruction, one that only his demonic majesty could command. It had been created in ancient times with a single purpose: to annihilate humanity. He hoped they would simply ignore it, believing that perhaps it would pass unnoticed. Though it had nothing to do with the will of the demonic lord himself, he was still compelled to carry it out. Estella agreed with him. They decided, along with Salmeria's people, to rescue the demon lord. Though Alice Chan's father was his closest friend, the lord meant even more to them, making their plan seem strange and unexpected to the demon. After observing Alessama's behavior, it became clear that he would have to regard all demons as enemies. He advised Koji to surrender, insisting that this was no task for a mere peasant. No matter how hard he struggled, it would all be in vain. He had no intention of surrendering. Estella called him a stubborn little worm. Concerned for Kagami-san, he asked her to give him a potion. The demon found it strange that this peasant was still standing. He was determined to try again. His abilities never ceased to amaze Estella. Directly at the monster, the boys noticed that it worked. The creature managed to push him away. He collapsed onto the ground, and no one could believe that this man had once been an ordinary peasant. Everyone rushed to his side. They asked what he had done. Kuji replied that he had simply tried. They urged him to stop, insisting he didn't need to push himself so hard. The princess agreed. At this rate, he'd only harm himself, and with Tina's potions ineffective, their healing depended on their remaining mana. He remembered the promise he had made to save the girls. He asked how he managed to fight with such skill and determination. Where did he find so much fighting spirit? After all, he knew that she possessed the ability to use restorative magic. She quietly sought an answer to her question. Why did he refuse to see demons as enemies? Why did he persist so recklessly in this struggle? she continued to ponder. She declared that unless he explained himself immediately, she would cease treating him. The young man decided it was time to reply. His father had been killed by monsters. He could not comprehend why the peasants were so weak. The pain was so excruciating that the boy found himself unable to stand. Desperately searching for a way to grow stronger, he concentrated all his efforts on increasing his own level. As he began to earn more money, life grew easier. Fuji concluded that hunting monsters was the most effective path. Yet, after reaching this decision, he was seized by doubt. Why do monsters drop coins that can be used in human settlements? What are the different classes? Why does their strength vary so greatly? And then, there is this status window. What exactly is it? Is its sole purpose simply to display one's status? Experience is gained by defeating monsters whose level exceeds your own. With every 100 levels reached, a new skill is acquired. It made no sense. Rex asked what was meant by that. His mother was killed by humans, not demons or monsters. Monsters couldn't be helped. There are as many good demons as evil people, but people will always hate demons while monsters from their magic cause human suffering. By vanquishing dangerous monsters, people are able to improve their own lives. The world they inhabited was one where slaying monsters and demons was the sole means of survival. They do not ask unnecessary questions, believing that things are as they should be. Blindly, they struggle along the path laid out for them, imprisoned within the roles assigned to them. Time Rex claims to be a hero, yet it seems he is trying to convince himself rather than anyone around him. If given the chance, he would question whether he truly wished to belong to another class. Deep in thought, Rex recalled how Puji had once expressed a longing for the freedom to choose. They would have been allowed to become whoever they wished, yet the rules of this world stood in the way of fulfilling that desire. Upon reaching the 999th level, the hero fell into despair, for the status window no longer displayed the amount of experience required to level up. Overwhelmed and at his limit, Fuji wished he'd never been involved, but his relentless desire to grow stronger pushed him onward, despite longing to escape what others had orchestrated. Estella asked why he persisted in fighting when he already knew his own limits. He noticed that after reaching the 999th level, he had acquired a new skill. Though it seemed like a trivial matter, this event only fueled the fire of his doubts. This ability was known as Divine Defiance. The growth of its bearer was boundless. Every experience was transmuted into power that exceeded all previous limits. Empowered by this, Evnia decided he had earned the right to challenge fate. Kuji, the god who created this world, will cast it away and declare that everyone has the right to live according to their own choices. He supposed that if he continued to fight with such skill, it was clear that this man had gained new skills after facing the Messiah in battle. They had lost their influence over him. He had no idea what he would do next. Perhaps it would have been wiser to avoid using this skill, but there was no alternative. Limit removal doubled his strength, letting him access 70% of his power, normally capped at 30%, for 3 hours. He was astonished to find his strength had doubled, yet whenever he used this ability, he was left on the brink of death, unable to move a single muscle. For this reason, the skill was known as the final resort. Fuji suggested that they determine which of them was stronger. He bent the boundaries of the 999th level, all within the confines of this world's rules. He delivered a blow that went beyond his own limits, discovering in that moment exactly where those boundaries lay. At last he came face to face with his teacher. Alice rushed toward her father, the demon. The Lord recognized the girl. Though Kagami-san wished to express his joy, his strength failed him, and he collapsed to the ground. He could not move a muscle. That was precisely why he so disliked using this particular skill. King remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. Now he owed a great debt to Kuji. Yet the boy did not share this view, insisting that everything had been done for his sake and for his dearest friend, Alice. Indeed, the Lord recalled that it had been 9 years since he had summoned a demon who bore a striking resemblance to Alice's closest friend. Kuji was a true eccentric, a genuine country dweller with peculiar ways. The father realized he had unsettled her, though Alice insisted that was not the case. In the end, it was Kagami who came to his rescue. Alongside Takako-chan, Rex-san, and the others, the woman felt her heartbeat quicken as she looked upon the Lord of Demons. The hero was told that should he choose not to kill him, an alternative remained. The hero nearly confessed that his desire to kill had faded when suddenly Palna interrupted, asking what he was even talking about. She had wanted to kill him, though she lacked the strength to do so. He would either beg pitifully for mercy or choose to fight. She suggested demonstrating how he would act. He believes that nothing can be done. He stopped her, declaring that as long as he lived, he would never allow His Majesty to be killed. The girl shielded her father with her own body. The king had not expected to find her there. The man realized that all this time he had been helping Alice, and a sense of pride welled up within him. Minyo urged him not to dwell on it. The Lord inquired about the next steps the Estellars intended to take. Although his original plan had been to unleash the power of the demonic lord so that humanity would truly sense the threat of extinction, he now doubted whether such an opportunity would ever come again. It should be recalled that the peasant longed to send the creator of this world flying. He needed to be given a hint on how to achieve his goal. There were two possible ways. This method involved destroying the demonic lord personally. Rex was taken aback by this revelation. He had no idea what the man was talking about. At this moment, as the people of Salmeria faced an attack, the path to escape remained only partially blocked. It was not yet completely sealed off. It seemed as though he was restraining himself, intending to later channel the flames of chaos into hatred toward the demonic overlord. By no means did Kuji intend to slay the Lord of Demons. That explained everything. No wonder matters had been so complicated. The young man found himself wondering where he had obtained this information. He had destroyed his demonic allies solely for the sake of that council, thereby submitting himself to the laws of this world. Estella was taken aback that he could speak in such a manner, having come so far. Concerning the second hint, the demon replied that it would soon be revealed. A mysterious artifact appeared for sale in the city. He realized that they were speaking about an item worth 10,000 gold pieces. Estella was surprised that he knew of it. The master began to gradually fade away, trying to discern who had dared call him a scoundrel. Was he not meant to be the loyal servant of the demonic overlord? Yet he replied that his fate had long since been sealed. Estella has only a year to keep the demonic lord by her side, provided Kujikant fulfills all the necessary conditions. He intends to use the demon lord once more in his assault on humanity. It remained uncertain who would meet their end at the next encounter. She was disheartened by losing her father once again. Kagami-san realized he had only a single year. By any means necessary, he would have to gather those 10,000 gold pieces. He wondered anxiously what would come next, his thoughts clouded with uncertainty. It was as if a miracle from Mount Fuji hung in the air. He suggested opening a casino, an idea that astonished the young men to their very core. Puji suggested that the boys should approach the task with genuine seriousness. 10 months had passed since the incident in Salmeria, and precisely the same amount of time remained for Estella to complete her task. In order to save the demon lord, they must acquire a mystical artifact worth 10,000 gold coins. This requires them to continue their preparations. At present, the Grand Casino is almost ready to open its doors. The staff to manage it had not yet been hired. The opening was scheduled in just 2 weeks, so they needed to find staff by then. The boys were surprised by such a tight deadline. Tako called him a fool and struck him. Had he taken things seriously, matters would not have come to this. In response, the young man declared that he was entirely earnest in his intentions. This place teems with wealthy individuals, mercenaries, traders, and adventurers. From morning until evening, day after day, they converse among themselves. Soon, happiness would overflow into their lives. All that remained was to find reliable staff to manage everything. He disliked this, so he struck him again. He then asked whether she truly understood how hard he would have to work to manage such a small establishment. She wondered who could have trained all these people in such a short time after he had gathered them. What about salaries? And what of supplies, food? She simply couldn't fathom how he intended to organize all of this. They realized that it was also their fault. They had placed the entire burden of responsibility on Kagami-san. He knew they needed 10,000 gold coins, but how much more did they still lack? According to Kuji, they required about 5,000 more. He was astonished, for that amount of money could buy a castle. He wondered if it was truly necessary to earn such a tremendous sum. He found himself pondering how he had spent the past 2 months. Fuji had voluntarily locked himself in a prison cell, hoping to earn some money. In the end, those months brought him a total of 600 gold coins. He realized that the idea itself was excellent, but he had overlooked the matter of hiring staff. The young man noted that there were other forms of reward as well. He crafted a fabric capable of concealing the magical energy of Mino. Now, wearing this hat, he could move about freely. He admitted the past 2 months were tough, living outdoors, far from Alisama, but now he could serve her again. Takako noted that running a large casino alone was an impossible task. The princess believed their only choice was to perform their duties diligently, but Tina worried about assembling a large team before the casino's opening and collecting 5,000 gold coins in just 10 months. It was a mission of death. Rex acknowledged that perhaps it was, yet insisted that they had no choice but to see it through. With his courage and charisma, he assured them all should go well. He suggested they entrust the task to him. It is worth noting that their most trustworthy companion did not accompany them. She realizes that they have found themselves in an extremely difficult situation, yet she genuinely rejoices to see humans and demons working side by side. He longs to run and share this news with his father. During the incident in Salmaria, Estella brought her father along with her. He entrusted them with his 1-year-old child so that they could shape the child's destiny. Meanwhile, Kagami-san was tasked with uncovering the secrets of this world. If not, the father's power might once again be turned against humanity in battle. To unlock these mysteries, they required a special item. However, acquiring it would demand an astonishing sum, 10,000 gold. Having accepted the situation, he approached the boys. At first, she had joined the group to defeat the demonic lord. Now, under these circumstances, her presence here seems meaningless, or so she wonders. She will return. Until then, their conversation remains unfinished. When she left, Tina felt a faint sense of loneliness. How could one ever hope to understand the meaning of life? He inquired about the others. She decided to remain here in order to strengthen her body. In her view, the best way to achieve this was to train alongside Rex-san and Kuroru-san. Thus, she entrusted them with the decision regarding her next steps. She was raised as a princess, her entire life spent within the palace walls. In the past, she viewed the world through the lens of what she had learned within the palace walls. As Kagami-san had pointed out, there were countless things one could truly understand only by witnessing them firsthand. As a gesture of gratitude for being allowed to stay, she asked if she might also be permitted to help him. He chose to place his trust in each of them. He came to the conclusion that the demonic ruler no longer troubled him. Aru lived not only for himself. Kuji had shown him that the roles one played in life were not the only things that mattered. He demonstrated to him that the value of life far outweighed the pursuit of mere heroism. And so, if there was any way he could offer assistance, he would do so gladly. He was surprised that someone as simple as himself, a mere peasant, had managed to help a hero. Rex gently reminded him that it was he who once said that roles and races are of no importance. Rex used to call him master, but the boy had asked him not to. Many years had passed since then, and throughout all that time, they worked side by side. No one had ever imagined that they would join forces with the hero and his companions, yet it was none other than Kagami-san who revealed the path that offered them hope. He wanted to train with the master and promised full help, but soon realized he was being foolish. He asked the master to stop using that title, pleaded despite the master's annoyance, while the princess replied indifferently. Their supplies were running low. She suggested they go to the place where people gathered and hire a few workers. In this situation, Rex suggested they return to the marketplace where they had first gathered their companions, and she found the idea appealing. The boys decided to recruit new members at the market square. Rex assured everyone that he could be relied upon. Fuji, however, did not approach Mino. He called them fools, as if everything were truly that simple. The Wallman Market. Fuji wondered why they still hadn't hired anyone, especially with so many people in the area looking for work. They have a charming young man and a beautiful princess, both of whom assist with recruiting new staff. What more could one need beyond attractive staff? Despite his questionable ads promising a lively, beautiful workplace, Tina understood his thoughts, and every day here felt destined. He saw that Kagami-san had sunk into a state of utter despair. Everything would work out for the best. The young woman began to converse with a mysterious man. She apologized for not having paid attention. She moved forward without knowing her destination. The man she encountered stared at her in terror. She came to an awkward halt in front of the man. Kuji remarked that the young girl possessed an enchanting beauty, almost angelic in its radiance. He realized that his behavior had appeared tactless. Apologies for the late introduction. This is David Fawn, a level 77 merchant. As far as they could assert, he was a humble servant of the royal family of the Hekel-Sardian kingdom. He had come to take... He felt embarrassed by this individual. There had been a depraved man here. He watched the pure and innocent girls with a look that suggested he wanted to devour them. One only had to look at that vacant stare to see who agreed with him. David tried to explain that this was not the case. He suggested that he join them on their way to the post office. He decided to let the man go, for he had done nothing wrong. She was certain he had his reasons, yet she still considered it a rather unfortunate act. She realized that her words had caused profound pain. This came as a true surprise to David. She had genuinely saved him, and he was grateful to her. Despite her youth, the girl had proved herself to be an exceptional person. She decided to ask the young man one more question. He wanted to uncover his true intentions. Fuji admitted he'd tried to make him uncomfortable and convinced himself he'd come for Kuroro, believing Kuroro had a hidden agenda. He hopes it does not appear as though he is merely inventing excuses to avoid the situation, for the matter at hand concerns everyone. He recognizes David and asks what he is doing there. Seeing Kuroro instantly lifted his spirits, and he admitted his relief at her safety. Kuji almost wanted to rush to her, realizing with resignation he'd become a degenerate. The princess pitied him, as she had at their first meeting, though David never knew. Rex had not been seen for some time. The man apologized for his delayed greeting. Rex suggested they continue their conversation somewhere more suitable, and the man agreed. They gathered in a cafe. Now he decided to ask what the man was doing there. David apologized for his abruptness. He received it. She admitted that, in truth, she had halted her quest to defeat the demon lord, even though he harbored no such intentions. After all, as a sage, her most important duty was to destroy the demon lord. It turned out that they were training to defeat the Lord of Darkness, while simultaneously raising funds to purchase the necessary equipment. This very approach had allowed Kagami-san to reach level 999. Seizing this opportunity, they realized they could become stronger than ever before. Thus, they chose to remain there and continue their training. Her goal, however, remained unchanged. Tina considered it the perfect excuse to ask her father to tell her the truth. News soon arrived that Lady Kuroro and Lord Rex had been deceived by a local villager. Since many adventurers had witnessed the incident in Salmeria, rumors of what had transpired quickly spread throughout the entire kingdom. He struggled in confusion to grasp what the other truly meant. What was he hinting at? Why not simply say everything outright? David subtly suggested that he should lower his voice. It was said that his true intention was to claim the princess, yet this had nothing to do with his real purpose. The Lord noted that preparations were currently underway, alongside the ongoing search for the demon lord, whose whereabouts remained unknown. If the princess was telling the truth, there should be no cause for concern. He hoped that by tempering his requests, they would at least permit him to observe their activities for a month. Kuji found being under supervision both irritating and stressful. It would have been difficult for David to believe, considering their success in the Salmeria affair. Yet it was entirely reasonable to suppose that, had they truly wished it, they could have defeated the demon lord on their own. He called him a fool and urged him not to underestimate the frailty of a peasant. They survived mainly due to powerful magic, healing spells, and timely help from others, barely holding out. Tina noted he grew talkative in crisis and questioned if he realized Salmari's real foe was someone unexpected. They raise funds, upgrade equipment, and seek allies. While helping him grow stronger, Rex and Kuroru also aim to strengthen themselves. David's help in gathering resources shows he truly understands them. He believes that they are currently trying to recruit more companions. If permitted, he would gladly offer his assistance in this endeavor. Though he was an observer, above all he remained a humble servant of Kuroru-sama. Woolman Square. Takako had just arrived, eager to learn how things were progressing for them. Before them stood a crowd of people who had been asked to form a line. The children. What spell had they cast? Amidst them she noticed a peculiar man. She longed to discover what he had accomplished, for no one else possessed the power to enchant so many people. She simply organized the information on the note cards. After all, anyone would feel anxious when applying for a job that had just become available. David was surprised by how clearly and systematically the information had been presented. He requested permission to assist with the management of the casino as well. They realized that everything was proceeding according to plan. Tina remarked that it was thanks to David Sands' efforts. It seemed they would succeed in recruiting enough staff. Rocco took an interest in the man who appeared capable of working. She introduced herself, expressing hope for a long-term collaboration. Kuji noticed this. China and Takako had already sent him out to hunt monsters. Kurosama asked for permission to wake her each morning, but she found the idea displeasing. He was advised not to worry about it. He would join the hunt as soon as his training was finished. However, Puji declined, insisting that Rex needed to tidy up first. Most important of all, these two get along well with each other. The hero learned that David Dono had served the royal family since before Kuroru was even born, becoming, in many ways, a part of their household. Yet, it seemed as though something weighed heavily on his mind. This month of observation had turned out to be entirely unexpected. No one had monitored them before, so why had David appeared now? Rex wondered if perhaps this was connected to something else. He advised caution, especially in the presence of Alice and Mido, a point that David himself had also noted. In the grand throne hall of the kingdom of Hekel-Sidoria, the king received news concerning Kororo. 999 peasants and a demon longing for peaceful coexistence. Palna declared that she was telling the truth. At its core, she suspected a deviation from the path decreed by the king. The girl then asked for his opinion. He could not simply take her words at face value, yet she knew far too much for it all to be mere deception. Someone had broken Kuro's will, despite his natural hatred of demons. Who was this peasant? Palna didn't grasp by his very nature, and the king explained it was only possible through relentless training. He claimed that his daughter had changed and asked whether it was because of that peasant. He wondered why this had not affected her. He wondered whether she sought wealth or status. Halner replied that neither riches nor position held any interest for her. Why had it not affected her? Everything felt so strange that she could not comprehend it. He asked her what it was that she truly desired. Palna longed for a world where demons simply did not exist. It was said that she had come to dispel his fears concerning that person's condition. She hinted that a heavy burden also weighed upon her shoulders. She placed her trust in the demons. The library. Pawnee was 9 years old. Magic is described as a fusion of accumulated knowledge and creativity. Only through this knowledge and the connection between the body and magic itself can one truly envision and command magical energy. Though you possess the ability to control it, you are still unable to wield magic. To broaden the young mage's knowledge, she was advised to read books relentlessly. Each day, she found herself tethered to this library. The man sitting nearby noticed how openly the young woman despised books. She asked who he was. He replied that he was merely someone forced to be there. The young man handed her a book. Although he was not particularly interested in them, he would still recommend this one. There were, after all, many places beyond libraries where one could study magic. This caught her attention. After all, it was just a book. Condalon did not wish to upset anyone, so she decided to return it. The boy never even realized who it was. There was no mother, no father, only he remained, alone. The contents of the book took the girl by surprise. He stood nearly 2 heads taller than her, always with a book in hand, and his glasses never far from his face. His smile was the kindest in the world. This was the day they met for the first time. At that time, she believed she despised the library with all her heart. He refused to spend his life confined within a small shell. He was a genius whose command of magic and knowledge far surpassed that of others. His thirst for knowledge compelled him to explore everything that caught his attention, and Palna was always by his side, following wherever his curiosity led. Realizing this, she began to call him her teacher. She understood that knowledge extended far beyond books, and so many things around her remained a mystery. He grasped everything happening around him. Guided by his own vision of how things ought to be arranged, he strove diligently to bring these ideas to life. It was at once his greatest strength and his deepest weakness. During their conversation, something about him caught her by surprise. She was intrigued by his idea of exchanging with demons, believing coexistence would enrich life, but she wondered if there were other ways to achieve harmony, even if his main goal was understanding demons better. He realized that it would take time for them to truly understand one another. He was certain that there would always be things they could never fully comprehend. Scheibel eagerly pursued the knowledge that fascinated her teacher, who focused on demons, believing that communicating and sharing knowledge with them might make it possible to control the appearance of monsters. He stated that it was still far too dangerous. He wondered aloud, what if it truly was possible? Though the girl tried to stop him, he had already taken the first step and initiated a conversation with the demons. They were surprised to encounter people in such a place. Naturally, this proved to be no simple task. The man approached the demons, intent on forging stable relations with them. In order to better understand their daily lives, the teacher made a point of visiting the demons' village regularly, always coming alone and without any guards. Bearing numerous gifts, he sought to build a relationship founded on trust. Lost in thought about the boy's intentions, he turned his gaze toward the teacher, who was tirelessly returning again and again. The hostility of the demons began to fade. They began to regard him with greater favor. When the time came, he turned to face everyone. He had discovered much about himself, truths previously unknown. Now, he wished to teach them the ways of humans and introduce them to a human village. They believed him. No harm would come to them. They waited for the decision of the leader, who eventually gave his approval. He embraced Palma, delighted that he had managed to do so. It was clear that he had carried out the task successfully. He was overwhelmed with joy that they had placed their trust in him. The town was chosen as the site for the exchange because it would have been difficult for demons to approach the royal capital. There were even some locals here who had seen real demons with their own eyes. Compared to other villages, the hostility toward demons here was markedly less pronounced. They arrived by a road that was ordinarily impassable for them due to strict supervision. The residents were being greeted, while behind them stood a demon who had decided that the time had come to bring everything to an end. Magic pierced his body through and through, leaving a gaping hole. He collapsed to the ground. The demons had received orders to take them away. She could not comprehend how it had all happened. A man had approached her and urged her to flee. She remembered the teacher's words, reassuring them that they should trust him and that nothing bad would happen to them. They set off in a frenzy of panic, though it was unclear what they hoped to achieve. Many years had passed since the events in the capital took place. She had hoped to forget it all and lead an ordinary life, until she met the two who had been sent to defeat the demons and their master. She would not allow them to take him from her. At last, the long-awaited moment for revenge had arrived. It was her own teacher who had killed her. He wondered who could have created this rotten world. An invitation had been extended to visit Valmond's latest venture, the Kagami Kuji's casino. She will force the peasant to return it to her. In the training cavern, the boys honed their skills. Kuraru focused on strengthening his physical abilities, while Rex, confident in his own power, readied himself to strike with his fist. After striking the hero, Kuji decided to deliver another blow. Rex then asked why he had been hit. Rex could not grasp the point of using magic to enhance one's body. Kuji explained that the purpose was to overcome an opponent stronger than himself. The adversary was a third-tier mage of level 100, while he himself was only at level 91 and lacked any equipment. Faced with such overwhelming odds, victory was out of the question. He explained that battling stronger opponents gave him valuable experience and combat skills, and it was agreed this was the right approach. He was also advised to get used to fighting under adverse conditions. When trouble arose, he came to their aid, enabling them to fight with renewed vigor. Pyerly resolved to heal him, and Rex, restored, charged once more into the fray. The teacher reminded him that the monster was stronger than he was. It was best to exercise patience and remain vigilant. The strategy of striking and then retreating proved to be the most effective. He requested permission to offer him assistance. She noticed that Kororu still had plenty of strength left, which was a good sign. It meant she could continue growing stronger step by step. Meanwhile, the boys were found by David. Kagami was concerned solely for the princess's safety. Sages, after all, often found themselves in danger whenever they strayed too far from their protection. Gami-san reminded her that battles are always dangerous, and one can't grow stronger by avoiding pain. But the girl replied that Gami-san was just a simple peasant, much weaker than she was. Rex explained he hadn't wanted her to face pain or fear because she was a girl, but was frustrated his struggles were seen differently. The reply was, "But you're a boy." At that moment, the hero skillfully parried the monster's attack. They watched his struggle with great satisfaction. Despite the pain, he grew stronger and no longer hesitated. Heroes must bear a heavy responsibility, he reflected. He wondered whether Kororu would be able to withstand such an ordeal. When she turned to Sensei Kagami, she recalled that at the start of her journey, her level had been just 40 seconds. Since then, she had advanced only 3 levels. The young man decided it would be unwise for her to act recklessly. Having conceived a new idea for leveling up, the weary Rex called Kuraro to his side. The girl cheerfully assured Kuji that she was willing to do anything to reach level 200. The young man paused, hesitation clouding his face. The princess felt a surge of irritation when he turned away. Rex then asked Kururu to perform a healing spell. While Alice handed him a potion, the princess was overtaken by a sense of shame. He supposed there was still much for him to learn about the hearts of young women, yet he could not help but marvel. How could someone so young wield such power? The man wondered what had made her so strong. He replied that it was a long story, best saved for another time. At first, he had fought simply to collect the money left behind by defeated monsters. He felt the truth would emerge later. For now, it was clear money wasn't the only motive. He'd never entrust Kirusama to someone greedy. Kuji suspected him of seeking wealth, but he strongly denied the accusation. Seldom did one encounter a commoner eager to elevate their own rank, and even then, most pursued such ambitions only for the sake of money. Many regrettably perished while hunting powerful monsters. He considered them fools, Alice concluded. Defeating a powerful monster could indeed bring a generous reward, and this proved to be entirely true. Although such amounts hardly befitted their stature, there were also rare monsters for which one could earn a significant reward. Fuji wondered aloud if Alice knew of a place where such elusive creatures might be found. She apologized, explaining that she too knew nothing about it. At the library, she found a book about the most powerful monster, so strong even the demon lord was weak by comparison. Curious, she wondered how much money defeating such a creature could earn. They realized that earning the entire sum through monster hunting alone was impossible, so they decided to open a casino instead. He inquired about the progress of the preparations, fully aware that the opening was now only 2 days away. Surely he would not forget such an important date. David was confident he would not allow himself to make such a mistake. With free time, he joined their group. Observing them was his duty. Kuji was surprised by his cunning. After gaining a blue demon's horn, they planned to use it to conceal Mino's aura and trick inspections. Kuji urged Takako-chan to hurry. He admitted he was grateful to have someone reliable through it all. At first, he found the man handsome, and without him, they'd never have opened on time, but the man himself saw things quite differently. San was truly remarkable. He could complete any task unaided, earning the respect and trust of the entire team. He was a man among men. He replied in surprise that Takako-chan was, in fact, a woman. It was hard to believe. He remembered that she was always dressed in pink. He couldn't fathom how such a creature was seen as a woman. Pudzi warned that if Takako-chan heard such talk, there'd be trouble, so it was best to accept things. David recalled her unexpected touches and their brief physical contact at work. He explained everything by saying she was just flirting. When Alice asked about Kagami-san's odd expression, he realized she loved him and replied he was considering whether it was time to start looking for a wife. He believed that everything would turn out well, for he had her by his side. Kuji replied that if, after 10 years, he was still unmarried, Rex found himself uneasy with the thought of marrying Alice Chan in 10 years. He asked her to cure him of this aversion. If this were to arouse too much interest, David would start to grow suspicious. After all, Alice was a demon, and Rex constantly turned to her for assistance with magic. The princess realized that in 10 years, Kagami-san would be 30. She felt he should not underestimate himself. Besides, she would never allow a marriage with such a significant age difference. Alice offered no objection at all. The Führer remarked that she ought to have done so. Rex was still calling her. There was a sense of relief and joy that it had finally come to an end. It was unbelievable. The boy truly believed that everything was over. Puji thought this was largely because of Karara, and she offered her apologies for it. She too regretted that she could not wield healing magic. The hero reassured her, insisting that her constant supply of potions was already a significant contribution. She realized that, in moments like these, she was powerless to protect anyone, and the weight of that helplessness pressed heavily upon her soul. The boys noticed that Rex was overwhelmed with emotion. They suggested that the hero test his skills in battle against this monster. When the young man first saw the creature, he was taken aback. He realized that he had gained far more than he had expected. The threat of death, he understood, was an immensely powerful force. He realized his rapid progress was due to his self-regeneration ability. Since Kwararu, not himself, healed his injuries, he should avoid fighting strong foes without her support. Without her, it would not have been accomplished so swiftly. Moreover, had he died, everything would have lost its meaning. Rex then inquired when exactly Kuji had acquired his self-healing abilities. The first skill Kuji acquired was self-healing, which he gained upon reaching the 100th level. Rex, too, yearned to obtain such an ability for himself. He thought it was probably impossible. Stiller had said the same, though such cases were exceedingly rare. Besides, peasants were only able to acquire truly unusual skills. Rex recalled that their teacher possessed the skills of self-healing, overcoming physical limitations, and surpassing the conventional boundaries of strength. He had spoken to them about these three abilities. And what of his remaining skills? Were there not still 7 of them? Fuji had no intention of keeping them secret for long, yet these were not the sorts of things he would ordinarily share with just anyone under normal circumstances. He realizes what he needs to know. He asked him whether he was truly so eager to learn about the skills he had acquired. He realized there was no longer any chance of escape. Several more monsters had already noticed the boys. He decided that the time had finally come. They asked him what he was doing. Kudaton decided it would be easier to show them. He asked them to watch closely and did so through Iraq. He walked straight up to one of the monsters. Kuji had just demonstrated to them 5 of the 7 remaining skills. Yet what he truly intended was to demonstrate 5 distinct techniques through this attack. The conclusion was clear. They still failed to grasp his design, so he resolved. Nothing made sense to them. He showcased all his powers: automatic regeneration, the super, hyper, ultra, miracle, and flawless fingers, the complete 5th stage of exotic explosion, transformation, surpassing his limits, and defying God himself. He believed that skill of the hands was all too vulnerable. He had discussed automatic recovery, surpassing limits, and defying the divine, but now focused on finger skills and exotic techniques. To Kuji, it seemed easy. He demonstrated each but warned them not to expect too much. The skill known as fortification enhances the strength of a finger snap. Rex wondered just how much this strength increased. He soon learned that a single finger's power had doubled, a fact that did not surprise him. Pudzi chose to press on. The force of a finger snap increases, and the ultra finger skill boosts power further. Mastery ensures no injury, and with perfect form each snap is more accurate, no matter the circumstances. He remarked that this was what it felt like to reach level 900 and acquire such skills. In short, he could easily defeat a slime now by simply hurling stones at it. Rex realized that his flawless finger was responsible for the accuracy of his throws whenever he cast a stone while lying down. He noticed that, compared to ordinary stone throws, his skilled movements were far more precise. He considered it a rather pitiful sight. The girl inquired about level 700. The other skills differed from his dexterity, yet his persistence had not been in vain, for the abilities he acquired sounded impressive. The 5th act of the grand exotic explosion bore a spectacular and resounding name. It was at that moment he experienced an inner calm. The next strike marked a change. Lower-level users could freely wield stronger spells, but as levels rose, their powerful skills decreased. Alice realized she was now restricted to using only charged strikes. Rex acquired this skill upon reaching level 800 and soon realized that its usefulness gradually diminished over time. Nevertheless, it enabled him to expand the range of abilities and spells available to him as he continued to rise in level. This skill had already reached level 999. Kuji believed this was due to his initially low reserve of magical energy. Still, he was pleased that he could now defeat monsters simply by hurling stones at them. Other skills could prove useful as well. Compared to his usual abilities, Kuji felt grateful that at least his fingers had grown stronger. He realized the teacher could at least use these skills, while he had mastered none. Puji thought his dream might still come true, as he couldn't learn new abilities, and having unused ones was worse than lacking them entirely. She paused to reflect on his words, realizing there was still so much to understand about the Kujitrites. Takako-chan searched for him everywhere. She startled a boy who, mistaking her for yet another monster, was frightened by her appearance. In reality, however, the woman simply asked him directly about the person she sought. David sensed that something was wrong with Takako. She would never have come unless it was truly urgent. The woman told him that something terrible had happened, and asked David Santu to listen to her. She had forgotten to order supplies for the casino. While there was plenty of alcohol stocked for the bar, the lack of other products soon became a problem. She wondered if buying from the merchant would help, but since she only used top-quality alcohol, it wouldn't have solved the issue. He agreed, saying they served aristocrats, so cheap alcohol was out. She admitted her mistake, but he reassured her. She felt grateful for all that had already been accomplished. Even if they did not manage to finish before the grand opening, orders could always be placed later. He suggested traveling to Salmeria, a nearby town known for its wine production, which supplies the capital. The return journey could be made on a supply wagon. Negotiations with the vendor followed, and Kuji agreed the capital would keep receiving first-class alcohol. As long as its supply stayed plentiful, there was little reason for concern. He asked how the man knew this. The man replied that he had already studied the matter. Alcal praised David for a job well done. In truth, there were still a few matters where he needed David's assistance. Koji believed he was far from an ordinary worker. Yet what else did he do here, aside from keeping watch over Kuro? He was so overjoyed that they had David Sam with them that, in time, he realized it no longer mattered how it had come to be. All that remained was to wait and watch. Fuji was astonished by the sheer number of visitors and felt glad that they had finally opened their doors. The girl remarked that it was somewhat difficult to move in these clothes, and this touched her deeply. The young man thought it looked wonderful on her. Alice admitted that it had been very frightening. Sananta Carlson had just caused her pain. He believed it looked very beautiful on her, so he did not think they had meant to offend her. Whether they would succeed or not remained uncertain. All these tireless preparations were reflected in the unwavering support she offered. It was nothing short of a miracle that they managed to open their own casino. As always, Kagami was hunting monsters for money. The casino had only just opened, yet the men quickly realized they were no longer alone. They were surprised to witness signs of life awakening in the room. He turned his weary face toward them, believing for a moment that he had heard Miss Alice's voice. The boys realized that exhaustion had drained him completely. Captivated by Lady Alice, who seemed to revive him, the girl thanked Mino. Together, they searched for Takako-chan, while the young man begged Lady Alice never to leave him. Chan was nowhere to be found in the bar. Alice speculated that she had decided to take a break. Suddenly he halted before something, and this unexpected pause astonished the girl. It turned out to be the room of Takako-chan, someone he had never heard of before. Curiosity compelled him to take a look inside. Inside, several burly men were enjoying themselves. One of them remarked that he was tired and suggested they have a bite to eat. Alice found herself intrigued by what he had noticed. They were greeted by Rex, and Kudzisav immediately noticed how diligently he was working. The young woman asked where Kure-rusan could be found. He explained to her that Kuroku did not tend to visitors, so as far as he knew she was likely in the restroom with David Dono. The more pressing matter, however, was that they sit together happily studying the menu. For now they are occupied. There will be time for foolishness later. He recalled they were guests and shouldn't be treated that way, though he felt he didn't need such visitors. She said she wanted a chocolate parfait, but they asked her to review the menu more carefully. They left the room with a sense of satisfaction. He asked Kagami-san if he knew where Tina-san was. Kagami-san replied that, since Tina was a priestess, he knew where she was supposed to be. He was surprised to find that they had even built a chapel, though it felt rather empty inside. He replied that of course it would exist, for there was already a splendid church in the city. The young man suggested they could turn their attention to something else now that the chapel was complete, perhaps teaching people the word of God. The reception room could inspire resilience amid setbacks. Tina felt others were better suited for this, but Kuji disagreed, believing her greatest gift was her unique ability to truly listen to others. At the very least, speaking with her proved easier than conversing with Tasakako-chan. He suggested they put it to the test. He inquired about his concerns. Kudzi suggested infusing the speech with a greater sense of sanctity. The girl asked the lost lamb what troubled him. He replied that even though he had built the casino, it was mostly controlled by someone else. In the end, all paths led to the creation of a perilous and enigmatic place known as the Takako Room. Now, he wondered, what was he to do? Tina had urged him to be brave. He found the boys in the lounge. The girl gazed admiringly at the dress that suited her so well. It was utterly charming. She paused to wonder who had given her this soft, fluffy toy. David admitted that he could not resist the girl's charm. He told Kira-Ru that they should begin, but the girl asked for a little more time, and he agreed. At this, Alice indignantly accused him of being a traitor. The princess wished for Alice to have a different outfit. Takako also possessed something that Alice might try on. It must be admitted that Madame Kuaru had changed considerably. In the past, she had shown no interest in such adornments at all. It once seemed that there was a unique enchantment in everything about Alice Chan, and that magic remained utterly unchanged. She replied that he was not the only one who had struggled in that way. Kagami-sen had as well. All these unexpected encounters had truly changed her. She truly makes for wonderful company in conversation. Now Kuru has the chance to observe her more closely. Kuru-san was someone she could rely on completely. There are things the girl simply cannot share with her. As she listened to these words, the princess felt her heart fill with happiness. Perhaps she truly had changed. At first, they believed the child should be killed, but now they are convinced of the opposite. She has learned much and, above all, has come to understand the true nature of this world. She would fight with all her strength to protect both humans and demons, even if it meant emerging battered and wounded in the end. It seemed that Huru had finally realized she must choose her own destiny. Takako believed experience inevitably changes people, David agreed, but the former Mrs. Kururu, even for money, would never betray her principles, though she might force a strained smile while sticking to them. If he had been given the chance to choose a different path, what would it have been? Alice often wondered why Kura-Rusan, who was always changing, remained such an enigma to him. She realized that changes in people's lives could lead either to improvement or decline, depending on the events that befell them. That acquaintance with David had changed her as well. He suddenly announced that he needed to leave in order to attend to some scheduled deliveries, and apologized for having to depart from the company. The girl suggested that Alice Chan try something on. Her eyes settled on a pair of gloves resting on the table. She assumed an expression of surprise, though in truth she had been holding them all along, as David San had forgotten his gloves. The princess held her toy in her hands as she passed it to him herself. Hiro-Ru felt a pang of sadness at her departure. David San could not be found. One might assume that she hurried past him. The moment she caught sight of him, the girl dashed toward him, but suddenly stumbled. He caught her and removed the ribbon from her, revealing her horns. She did not know what to do next and revealed her horns. David suddenly remarked that this ribbon was the most beautiful he had ever seen. This piece of jewelry had been given to her by Mr. Kagami. The young woman confirmed that it had been made especially for her. He realized that she had been using the ornament to conceal her horns. He requested that she be watched more closely. Now everything was as it should be. She possessed the same gentle charm that Madame Kuraru had in her youth. He expressed his gratitude, explaining that although he still had a few matters to attend to, he would return to the lounge as soon as they were finished. He thought it best for Miss Alice to rejoin Miss Kagami. The young woman handed him the gloves. The reward she had struggled so hard to bring him was now in his hands. He felt a deep gratitude toward her and was already preparing to take his leave. She hesitated, uncertain whether she should say anything more to him. Mino remarked that such a matter could not be taken lightly. Takako tried to reassure him. He understood his concern, yet they still did not know if it was true. They replied that they understood why everyone was worried, since she had disappeared so suddenly. The girl, however, had no idea what they were talking about. Alice had vanished without a word, leaving him deeply troubled. Now, relief washed over him, knowing she was safe. The girl was surprised by his anxiety, for she had merely stepped away for a moment to return David San's belongings. He was told to keep Alice close and to get them as far from that place as possible. Yet the girl had no intention of complying. She did not wish to be separated from Kagami-san. This was no time for childishness. Takako asked him to calm down, explaining that his behavior was confusing Elisa-chan. Rex turned to the teacher, inquiring whether Mino's words were indeed true. After all, if the identities of Mino and Alice were to be revealed, it could lead to serious consequences, not only for themselves, but for others as well. He recalled how he had once asked for an explanation of what was happening here. It turned out that Mino had discovered David San was a spy for the kingdom, news she had never expected to hear. David San was unusually cautious before going to the warehouse, which was unlike him. Mino, finding this suspicious, followed and saw someone disguised as a casino employee waiting for David by the warehouse. When asked if it was true, Nino immediately replied that a report needed delivering to the king, noting no suspicious activity from Mrs. Kararu, Mr. Rex, or their associates, and handed over several documents. They were troubled by his mention of the company. Even if he was exaggerating, it was not something that could be ignored. At first, it seemed they were not particularly concerned that he was watching Kororu and the others. As long as he assisted them, they did not object to his presence. But what if, in truth, their reasons were entirely different? The princess suspected David wasn't focused on Ariba Dallas's treatment. He was always nearby when she and Alice Chan met and seemed careless around the girl. Fuji sensed the kingdom harbored quiet doubts, though nothing was certain. This could become a serious problem if people began to question the true nature of Mino and Alice. Yet Alice did not believe that David-san would reveal everything he had learned about her to the kingdom. Watching Kororu-san intently, Fuji asks why she believes that. She revealed that David-san had just seen her horns, yet he uttered not a word about her being a demon. It seemed he had already known and had chosen to keep this knowledge to himself. They needed to escape at once. Takako tried to calm him, while Kuji reminded him that David had mentioned there was no sign of suspicious activity. It would have been strange for him to say such a thing if he had already known that Alice was a demon. However, Nino suspected that he had only realized this after submitting his report. Until the next report, Nino had to behave as usual, for it was in that very report he intended to reveal that Madame Elisa was, in fact, a demon. He wondered whether the man might be protecting them. If that were the case, their escape would shatter any hope of safety. Nino could not understand why he would lie on their behalf. There was no chance he would dare deceive even the kingdom itself. He disliked his own stubbornness. His thoughts drifted to Alice. He decided that if he had been following them until now, it was time for them to follow him. The demons reported that they would manage the situation somehow. In the meantime, they chose to place their trust in David, a decision that left Mino displeased. Coco regretted not following her. A week passed, and during that time, David-san still had not revealed Iris's true nature to the kingdom. He continued to report that no suspicious activity had been detected. No sooner had one problem been resolved than another immediately arose. She informed the boys that their sales were by no means sufficient. Each day they receive around 800 visitors, yet it is important to take into account the expenses that reduce their profits. Almost nothing. The young men were aware that both locals and travelers tended to place only modest bets. Most of the nobility, who appeared to relish the games, had actually come only for the casino's grand opening. They were taken aback to find commoners among the guests. None of the aristocrats ever set foot in the casino. After all, it was a casino, where financial uncertainty was an everyday reality, impossible to escape. He suggested that Kagami-san should be grateful they had not yet gone bankrupt and should thank David Samu. Why not express appreciation for the fact that, thanks to him, the casino had not collapsed in the first place? He suggested that they take these lucky tickets, believing they would serve as a reward for all the casino's visitors and ultimately bring even greater losses. Such was David's conviction. he discovered a way to draw the aristocrats in. While he anticipated resistance, he had not foreseen the depth of hatred the nobility held toward the common people. Kuiji admitted that he had been poorly prepared for the situation and far too careless. He concluded that the only solution would be to create a separate VIP room for the nobility. He believed that they made no effort to achieve anything on their own, yet still took everything for granted. Kuiji was surprised to learn that even a princess could feel the same way. She replied she felt the same way, caring for the people and asking not to be equated with the nobility. Yet, what amazed the young man was her willingness to acknowledge the failures of the aristocracy. She apologized for having let her anger get the better of her. David believes that creating a VIP room will not cause any problems. He doubted that it would make any difference. Yet, on the off chance that, one time in a million, it proved effective, he was prepared to invest a significant sum. It was then he realized he ought to begin hunting monsters to make up the deficit. He paused to consider what might yield him the greatest profit. Coco suggested that he could simply ask Mino-chan to summon a flock of hellish crows. After that, he could earn money by destroying them. He remembered that Mino had led the attack on Volman. Though he'd considered facing such rare monsters before, tracking the hellish raven flock was extremely difficult, making it impossible to find their exact location. She believes monster sites appear like mushrooms after rain, formed by demonic magic that spawns monsters. Once destroyed, they vanish. Even in dungeons, new monsters may not appear for days, making hellish raven sites hard to find. In order to determine where the rare monster would appear, he was instructed to make it absorb the magical energy of Mino and Elisa. A rare monster must first emerge so that it can be destroyed. Once its purpose is fulfilled, the place where it appeared will be left in ruins. Then, the search for a new location for its next appearance must begin anew. Alice remarked that it was exceedingly inefficient, turning to face Kagami-sama as she spoke. He was asked whether he had ever heard of the Dark Dragon. It was a formidable monster, one whose strength could rival, and perhaps even surpass, that of the Demon Lord himself. This was no mere legend from ancient tomes, but a true and terrifying being. He wondered how much he could have earned by defeating him, since Kujiru believed rewards rose with a monster's strength. If he was the strongest, the prize should reasonably reflect that title. He wondered what he would do if he could find it. The man realized that she knew where it could be found. The map guided her to the region where he was supposed to be. Kuji asked Mino to explain this in greater detail. She suggested stopping by the restroom for a moment. Mino knew that it was supposed to be behind the bar, yet he could not say with certainty whether it was truly there. He had never seen it himself, and their information was full of gaps. He first heard of it from records in His Majesty's palace, where even His demonic majesty, who mentioned it, and the demons knew little about it. Mino could not explain the reason either. He simply noted that the location was not far from the royal capital. Monik had warned them to avoid venturing too close, urging caution for the sake of their own safety. Perhaps so, yet no one has been able to confirm its existence to this day. He knows the lands of the royal capital well, yet has never heard of any underground passages in this area. He found it strange that this person had suddenly taken an interest in such a creature. Pudzi intended to capture it, as Alice claimed she knew where to find it. He advises strongly against trying, as legend says the Dark Dragon is around level 500. Its true nature and unique powers are mysterious. Reports of its strength vary widely, and far too little is known about it. Nino replied that in her opinion, Kagami Dono understood nothing at all. The dragon's power could rival his demonic majesty's. Did the monarch know? Mino knew if he died all efforts would fail, yet he was grateful for those trying to save his demonic majesty. His death would only complicate matters further. Such words were pleasant to hear, yet if he truly sought peaceful coexistence between humans and demons, it would be wise to consider every possible means of earning a living. These 10,000 gold coins would not save the Demon Lord, and the war would soon erupt once again. Was there truly no other way? Fuji replied that most likely there was not. Earning the required money was just one task. They also faced time constraints with only one chance. Meanwhile, he was fascinated by the science behind the legendary creature. If necessary, Mito Abrashar was to stay with him. Kuji was surprised that he and Ellis were setting out together. The young man suspected this might arouse suspicion and believed that David was not the only one watching them. He agreed to the plan, reasoning that since Kuji did not know the creature's exact whereabouts, searching together would not arouse any suspicion. This was the conclusion Guy reached regarding Alice. He declared that he would not allow it. Puji, with a hint of humor, remarked that no one could say for certain what the demons might do to her. Still, she insisted that he must take her with him at all costs. Yu-ji had already explained that they did not earn enough money. For them, making 10,000 gold coins remained an unattainable dream for now. He is responsible for setting up the new VIP room, yet no one can say for certain how everything will unfold. The man wonders what he should do. He explained that he and Mino were heading into the dungeon to earn some money. Rex objected, insisting that this was his plan all along. Training went exceptionally well. Alice joined the group, determined to accompany them. Tararu would also come as Rex required it. Kuji said they'd all go together since no one could predict the dangers ahead. The creature would possess extraordinary strength. Only he and Mino would set out. Alice tried to object, but her concerns went unheard. He asked her to keep an eye on the casino during his absence. Near the gates, Tina asked whether Kagami-san had remembered to bring his toothbrush. Her food and potions seemed to be insufficient supplies. She sensed that there were still many important things they had forgotten. She also asked about Mino's weapons, prompting him to remind her of his magic. To Kuji, it all seemed like an exaggeration. They would be back in just a month. Mark explained that their leader was embarking on a journey, so it was only natural for them to come and see him off. He asked them to look after the casino during his absence, though he admitted it was not of great importance. He realized that this was the fate of every leader, for it was always they who bore the weight of crucial decisions. The young man believed the moment to act had come. She asked if there was anything she could do for him while he was away. She advised simply taking care of his health, provided his words had not been meant as a joke. He stands here because of her. Her presence inspires him to give his all. If anything were to happen to her, he would lose the will to fight. He realized there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, David asked if he needed anything. The day before, he had asked Coco-chan about it, but decided to approach him once more with the same question. The man wondered what it was that the other truly needed from him. Perhaps he would ask someone else to watch over Alice in his place. He agreed at once, readily accepting his candid requests. He expressed his gratitude, hearing these words not only from Takako-chan, but from him as well. It felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The young man placed his trust in them. Before their departure, David notices that the young woman appears deeply troubled. Wallace couldn't grasp why she felt less helpful to Kagami-san than others. The man gently asked if she truly felt that way, but as Kagami-san said, her very presence strengthened everyone. She was like golden sunlight. Everyone, himself included, stood in support of Kagami-san. Yet he believed there was more than one way to do good. This thought intrigued the girl, and she wondered what exactly he meant. There are possibilities that Kagami-san has yet to consider. They were striving for something he could not have foreseen, believing it to be the only way to truly help him. For instance, had she asked him to buy something, he would have done so without hesitation. Alice was uncertain about what to do next. Perhaps she should become a merchant herself. She realized that her charm was a kind of weapon, one she needed to learn to wield to its fullest potential. Although he had conveyed this to her, the girl did not entirely grasp what his advice truly meant. Even without gifts like Rex, Kuroro, or Mino, simply being with Kagami-san is supportive, and what truly matters is not just what she can do right now. She wondered if there was a way to make herself useful. All she needs is to determine where her true talents lie. It is important for her to work on expanding her skills. David promises to do everything he can to support her in this endeavor. The girl thanked him and then turned to face Kuru-sama. She declared her desire to master magic, a revelation that astonished everyone around her. She was on the verge of beginning her magic lesson. Reading as many books as possible is essential for gathering knowledge. It is often said that the first step toward mastering magic lies in the ability to envision it clearly. He urges Alice to work diligently and to steadily acquire new knowledge. She notes that thanks to David-san and Takako-san, the casino has returned to life and continues to flourish. The staff are honing their skills and are able to work longer hours. She is surprised to discover that Rex-san is here as well. He also longed to learn more about magic. Yet his days were consumed by physical training, leaving little time for reading. After all, being a born hero with an abundance of magical energy, yet no ability to wield it, was a waste of a gift. He possessed only a single fencing technique in which he could channel magic, a celestial wave that cut down heads with devastating force. Magic, linked to mystery and power, made wielding a floating ice blade a rare, formidable art, requiring both skill and control over the elements, shaping shimmering frost into a weapon suspended at the caster's will. She envisions a block of ice, directing her magic through it to control and gradually refine its shape. With practice, shaping it becomes more natural, each contour emerging more easily under her careful guidance. A force can harness magical energy, which is processed by the magic circuit organ to channel magic in the body. With magical energy and practice, one can eventually wield magic. Rami-san's skill set prevents him from using magic, but Rex says he has a huge magic reserve. As for young Fuff, even after 10 days of practice, she may lack any talent for magic. It was hardly surprising. Mastering magic was never a swift process. Still, she was encouraged to continue her studies for as long as she could. It is important to pursue one's goals with determination, without succumbing to disappointment. Alice agreed with him and promised she would continue her efforts. Wanting to help, he advised her to focus on mastering just one type of magic, the one she enjoyed most. Once she achieved true proficiency in that field, she would be well equipped to gradually broaden her repertoire. For a moment, he fell silent in contemplation. Then he asked her which form of magic she most longed to master. The young woman longs to master the art of healing magic, so that whenever someone is injured, she will possess the power to help them. It was an extraordinary choice. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was nearly time to return to work. Everyone had been asked to make proper preparations. Rex felt a pang of disappointment, knowing he still hadn't had the chance to use his sacred white ray. He did not understand him. It was the name of his final decisive strike, and David suggested they should hurry. The young woman announced that the food and drinks had arrived. Upon seeing Alice Chan, everyone believed she was the goddess of fortune, a sure sign that victory was within their grasp. They wanted to approach the girl, but were prevented from doing so. The staff was concerned for her safety. The staff and visitors were remarkable, always eager to help her without hesitation. Working among such devoted people was extraordinary, but it was only possible because no one knew her true identity. She often wondered what would happen if they discovered she was a demon. At last, David found her. That everything was going according to plan. The girl asked what he was doing there. It turned out that some supplies had run out. Alice noticed that recently they had been receiving many visitors and everyone seemed so busy. The man remarked that Mrs. Kuru and Mr. Rex had been of great help to him. He assisted with seating the visitors, while Madame Kuru tended to the wounded, healing them with her magic. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Mrs. Takako devised a plan. She would have them wear masks. In this way, they could work anywhere without being recognized. He wondered whether he would have many tasks to attend to. She wished to offer her help. David replied that it was very kind of her. To begin the task, it is worth finding out what he means. This was the final reason he kept it a secret. It was as if he truly had no idea what secret was being discussed. Alice urged him not to pretend ignorance, asking whether he genuinely did not realize what she was talking about. He assumed that the girl was anxious, yet Alice realized that, in the end, this was an enemy who had to be dealt with at any cost. Perhaps her opinion was justified. He had felt the same way during their first meeting. Alice now found herself wondering what would happen next. She had become so precious to him that no words could capture her true worth. Whenever he recalled the brief time they had shared, this was exactly how he felt. The Count worries he might treat her unjustly, but wants her to know he has no such intent. Kuro-san truly values Alice's friendship and, seeing how exceptional she is, feels only deep respect, never contempt, for her. She was always honest and kind with everyone, more so, in fact, than most people he had ever encountered in his life. From this, it follows that her true nature is of no consequence. She simply is as she is. She feels an immense gratitude toward him. For her, David holds great significance as well, a revelation that took him by surprise. These words became a great honor for him. He could feel strength surging through his body. The harsh words forced Tamino to completely reconsider the situation. Only now did he grasp something important that had eluded him before, a realization sparked perhaps by the very turmoil the demon had stirred in his thoughts. He remarked that this journey was exceedingly dull. It became clear that Min was also troubled by this, for Puggy realized that over the past 10 days, their conversations had dwindled to the barest minimum. "There's a monster outside. Let's build a shelter. It worked before," was all Mino had said in the past few days. Surely there were other things they could talk about. They might even recall better times from the past. Everything was far more enjoyable with Alice around. The young man was disappointed in him and rated him as worth nothing. Mino offered an apology. He replied that this was to be expected. He suggested they rest here, while Mina truly savored the moment. The most crucial question was whether they had reached the area marked on the map. As it turned out, they had. The protagonist began to doubt whether he truly needed to be somewhere in that forest. Nino, however, remained certain, his conviction rooted in notes he had found within the books of the Demon Lord's library. Situated in the heart of the forest, south of the royal capital, it is said the entrance to the dungeon lies there. Yet despite such claims, their search extends far and wide. It was assumed that the entrance might be extremely small, or perhaps their information was incorrect. Minot, however, did not believe this. How could the data taken from ancient tomes within the castle of his demonic majesty possibly be mistaken? He realized that this was a sacred forest, where even in its most hidden corners dwelled only the feeblest of monsters. Moreover, their numbers were few. Even though he'd been here before, he might have missed this remarkable dungeon. How could anyone overlook such a place? Yet, since only weak monsters lived here, most skill-seeking travelers ignored it. He was certain that the mark on the map could not point to the wrong place. Moreover, both His Majesty the Demon and even Estella were aware of this location. Mino advised returning to the city before sunset, though he planned to carefully avoid the royal capital so as not to reveal himself as a demon. Kudzi, meanwhile, decided it was worth searching a little longer. Nothing could be found. The search consumed far too much time. They were advised to call it a day, and Pudzi realized that, in truth, they had simply fallen into the trap of this endless afternoon. Much time had been squandered here for nothing, and it was clear they ought to return. They replied that leaving now meant arriving in the city late at night, so a watch was needed if they stayed. Puji arranged it, regretting lost time due to his bad info, and Mino volunteered to take the night watch. He could refuse the offer. After all, they were comrades. Shouldn't they share the burden together? They could take turns standing watch. Mino was weary as well, and it was always important for him to get proper rest. He felt a sense of gratitude toward him. Pudi made one more request, to come up with new and engaging topics for conversation as quickly as possible. He wondered whether it was truly hidden somewhere within this forest. Mino was certain that the dragon's dark lair was concealed here. Kuji asked what made him so sure. This book had long been used to verify the truth of what was written before His Majesty. Although he had been told that he had never visited that place himself, he knew that a powerful being dwelled there. The books claimed that the dungeon was located somewhere nearby. The young man wondered to himself what exactly he felt in that moment. Mino found he could not recall. To sense it, one would need power on par with His Majesty or Estella, strength few could imagine. Yet even Estella became aware of a presence that was truly extraordinary. Deep in the heart of the forest, there was said to be a door that, at first glance, appeared entirely ordinary. Kuji pondered this thoughtfully. As he pondered the matter, he wondered if it was possible that there was no entrance at all. Nino did not understand what he meant. He wondered, if the dark dragon was truly a legendary creature, why then was so little known about it? After all, the text offered no hint as to how the dungeon had first been unlocked. The information presented in the book is far too superficial. What if, in fact, there is no entrance at all? That would explain why only the forest is mentioned. He wondered if an entrance truly did not exist, then how was the location of the dark dragon known at all? Kuji replied that both the demon lord and Estella had claimed it was somewhere here. Did he think there was any way to verify that? Entry might be granted only under certain conditions or remain hidden from untrained eyes. In such a situation, Nino decided that surrender might be the simplest course of action. Invisible. This may indicate that the dungeon is concealed beneath the ground. Suddenly he realized that it might lie deep underground, so he resolved to begin digging. He was surprised that Kagami did not wish to begin digging right here, at the very heart of the sacred forest. He assumed that Kagami must have some other ingenious idea in mind. He suggested they try digging it up. Mino did not know how to do this, but the boy intended to attempt it with his own hands. He set to work with a sense of trepidation. Nino realized that this task might prove too challenging to tackle with nothing but his bare hands. After a few minutes, the demon concluded that it would be best to use magic and simply blow the place up. Observing Kagami Dono at rest, the demon called out to him. The man replied that the time for change had come, but the demon urged him to look more closely at the situation. Dag had grown so overgrown that no one could discern the reason. Nino sensed, as if prompted by some unseen force, that it was impossible for them to go any farther. He had never heard of such a thing. This kind of magic defied the very laws of reason. Perhaps it was a form of sorcery still unknown to them. It seemed logical enough, yet Kujiki saw no alternative. This realization undermined motivation at its very core. Mina wondered if the same would happen everywhere they tried to dig beneath the surface. In the past, he had successfully dug wolf pits to destroy massive monsters, pits far deeper than this one. For that reason, he hadn't imagined that today such a task would pose any difficulty. He concluded that this anomaly was confined to this place alone. In that case, he realized that there was something extraordinary here. The demon realized approaching him was impossible, making any attempt useless, a likely safeguard against intruders. Still, Kujiki kept digging, ignoring other options, until he noticed something unusual. He focused on digging with increased intensity. Mina was certain that his efforts were futile. In her eyes, he was simply wasting his strength. Suddenly she realized that the recovery was not proceeding as planned. It seemed as though it would never end. Yet Nino resolved that if they continued little by little, they would eventually reach their goal. It must be difficult to keep digging without rest. Kuji replied that he was fine. He had no desire to give up and start over from the beginning. Kuji decided to take a bold risk. Mina, intrigued, wondered what he had in mind. He asked her to wait a little, promising that everything would soon become clear. If anything went wrong, he said, he would have to rely solely on her support. He pushed beyond his limits and asked Mino to stay by his side. The surface began to crack. They believed it was far too dangerous. Kujin sensed that something was amiss. In the end, they managed to escape the dungeon. And suddenly, they both collapsed at the same time. Kuji noticed how heavy Kagami Dono was and offered his apologies. It was hardly surprising, then, that he felt no pain at all. On the other hand, such places be where they collapsed and sealed themselves in. As Mino had said, the dungeon was located within the sacred forest. This could only mean that the dark dragon was somewhere nearby. They couldn't exit the way they came in and had to find another escape route. The place felt uncertain. Surprised, Puji remarked she'd never expected a dungeon to be hidden here. Mino observed that Kagami was unharmed. The young man sank to the ground, mentioning that he needed to rest. In the church, Alice managed to use magic. David remarked that this was an excellent achievement after 5 days of intense effort. Her reward was mastering 3 distinct forms of magic in just 5 days: fire magic, explosive magic, and healing magic. This was a unique trait of the demon race. Without a doubt, she would one day become a powerful sorceress. She thanked Tina-san for helping with her studies despite Tina's own fatigue, knowing healing magic takes time to master. Tina felt practice at the church would bring the best progress, and she was confident she'd master the spells eventually. She had managed to learn so quickly thanks to her, and for that she was deeply grateful. She offered to let me know if I ever wished to learn more, although she herself was still in the process of studying. The young woman also expressed her gratitude to Kira Rusan and David Sandu. She admitted that she chose to move forward of her own accord since their lessons had been postponed due to Kagami-san's absence. Besides, it offered her a chance to practice magic alongside her. 1,249 shares the same opinion as Kuraru-sama. If Alice-sama is powerful, then he will be able to strengthen everyone else as well. She was glad to finally be of use to others. The princess also noticed that Rex Send was making remarkable progress. She overheard him admitting that he did not understand why he was unable to do it. Perhaps he was attempting to blend magic with the art of swordsmanship. Alice realized she had not seen him yet that day. It seemed he had matters requiring his attention. She noted that he had seemed quite impatient when he announced his departure. Still, she supposed that everything would turn out well. She suggested that they begin treating all these people. Afterwards, David would also attempt to help, despite lacking any healing magic. Kurori, too, would join in their efforts. Kurori resolved to assist these people swiftly, hoping to grant them a brief respite at last. David was well aware that everyone was hungry. Since he was in charge of the place, they could order anything they wished. He decided to order the Salisbury steak. David, however, noticed something unusual. But what was wrong with them? The girls replied that it was already quite late. Tina suspected that she was simply tired. He could only guess at the true reasons. Still, he insisted that the girls take care of their health. He asked them to eat at least something. In response, the princess chose a salad. The princess believed that a salad was far too light a meal for dinner. David, however, held a different opinion and decided to share it. Everyone went their separate ways, leaving a profound sense of loneliness behind. The girl could not fathom where he was headed. At first, he had been sent here to keep watch over Kuraru-sama and Rex Sam. Yet soon, he would have to return to the king to fulfill his duties. She must not dwell in sorrow. If she wishes to meet again, he is certain that such a reunion can be arranged. The princess would be saddened to see him leave, just as he was grieved by his own departure. Having spent so much time in their company, those days became a wellspring of nostalgic memories for him. That so little has changed since then, he regards as a true gift. Suppose the days he recalled had taken place many months before Kuro-Rusan left the castle. Could it truly be that they had not seen each other since then? Most likely David-san had been very busy, and yet, still, Sen's work was always flawless. She worried about what would happen when he left them, certain that Kagami-san would have her own comments on the matter. He replied that he would certainly visit them whenever he had some free time. Alice took his words as a promise. Suddenly, he burst into the room. After failing to find them in the church, he had searched everywhere nearby. The boy noticed that he did not look well. He hurried them along, assuring them he would explain everything later. For now, they simply needed to run. Rex was asked not to shout so loudly. She emphasized that, since they were working late into the night, they ought to take a break. She suggested they sit down and rest for a while. They were glad to see her. She asked why she had come here. He wondered aloud whether she did not trust him. Palna replied that such doubts were absurd. Did he truly believe they would fail to see through the deception of false reports and would not take measures on their own? She brightened at the sight of Palma-san and strode confidently toward her. The lady pulled away from her. Just as the girl pressed close, the lady stepped back. Those present noticed the small horns upon her head. Everyone believed that this child was a demon. Was this some kind of joke? Wasn't the girl simply a member of the casino staff? Palna pressed her firmly to the floor. The guards entered alongside her. Everything unfolded just as David had feared. They asked him how he intended to get himself out of this predicament now. The royal aide, Duke Military, arrived with a new plan in mind. It was hard to believe the mad ramblings of the witch who had once belonged to this band of heroes, and yet here they were before them. It remained unclear what David's true intentions were, yet his actions resembled Palna's prediction. Her report that this child was a demon had proven accurate, as had her warning of his deceit. To grasp the true gravity of his crime. The princess asked David what he meant. He recalled how he had been ordered to come here and observe the actions of their squad. Paulina informed the king that Lady Kuraru and Lord Rex had allied with demons and were active in Valmon. Though he found this unbelievable, he demanded proof, so she was sent to investigate the claims. Realizing why David had come here, he understood at once. This child undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of demons. Rumor had it that she had somehow managed to suppress her magical energy. In order to quickly verify her claim, he recalled having a report that indicated he had not encountered anyone who might be a demon. David inquired why the military had come here and why they did not trust his account. He replied that quite the opposite was true. David was exceptional. When David's candidacy for the role of observer had been considered, it was he who endorsed him, taking into account his previous clandestine operations. Had the message come from anyone but Palna, he would never have achieved such success. Kahlun had known her well for a long time. From the very beginning, he placed absolute trust in her words. To support her claim, David presents evidence. However, inconsistencies in their reports arouse the Duke's suspicions, making him sense that something is amiss. David would never have dared to lie in his report. The girl's teacher was the daughter of a military man named Ramad. She was certain that every trace of him had vanished from the world. It was difficult for me to recall who the teacher had been. If pleasing the king's daughter were all it took, matters would be far simpler. Yet now, the situation had reached a stalemate. She truly wondered what he had been thinking. If he had a valid reason, perhaps the king would show leniency in his punishment. David then inquired about their plans. Lady Kuraru, Mr. Rex, and Lady Alice faced a crossroads as the Duke planned to send Lady Kuraru and Mr. Rex to the capital, where the king would decide their fate, suspecting both might be influenced by demonic power, like the demon child. If they were to capture the second demon, his execution would be inevitable. The very fact that he fled immediately after being invited to join forces in capturing this child revealed just how deeply her presence unsettled their minds. She could not understand why Palna had acted that way, especially since she too had heard the teacher's story. People are not so different from one another. The defeat of the demon lord would change nothing for the better. There had to be another way. Could she not have at least waited until they had collected the 10,000 gold coins? She realized he was speaking of that peasant, a man she had not seen for a long time. His strength was of no consequence. He could never compare to their kingdom. It seemed unlikely that anyone would believe a return to normal life was possible after being declared a criminal. Let him do everyone a favor and simply surrender. Rex had asked that the response be sent directly to him. She stated that she had never desired any of it. Tina could not understand what she meant. Chan and Alice Chan managed to blend seamlessly with the townspeople. As long as they stayed together, nothing seemed amiss. Palna was surprised by just how naive Tina had been. To coexist with demons is to invite inevitable betrayal. One day their treachery will come, and by then it will already be too late. Tina believes Alice to be a kind demon, but can the same be said about the others? That is why it is important to act before sadness engulfs us. The princess realized that nothing more could be accomplished here. The Duke admired her cleverness, for such wit was befitting the princess of a kingdom, and so they resolved to detain him. Before they could seize him, Thkararu asked David to explain his reasons for defying her father's orders. He believed that everything had been for her sake, for only she possessed such a genuine, heartfelt smile. At that time, Coco passed through the wall. David asked her to look after Mrs. Alice. Takako managed to catch the girl. She had forgotten there was another one. Who could have imagined they'd lose their minds so completely? Takako saw Rex Chan looking deeply troubled as he hurried by, but she still had no idea something like this had occurred. David, Alice, and Tina had no choice but to run. Yet what of Rex, San, and Kuro? There was no way to save them. Those three, too, would have to attempt their own escape. He urged them to flee. Rex, San, and Kuro Rusian needed to be safe, yet capture would mean certain death for them. When Alice inquired about their fate, he promised he would do his best to buy them time. Lady Alice, he insisted, must run as well. They resolved to help him and escape together. She felt a heaviness settle over her body, as though she no longer inhabited it. It soon became clear that this was her son's military ability at work, a power that affected everyone, regardless of how formidable the opponent might be. Escape. Takako realized that at this pace, he could be killed. The Duke could no longer endure it. Emotional instability had ruined his skill, reducing him to little more than a hysterical child. This futile resistance had gone on long enough. It would be wiser for them simply to surrender peacefully. Mrs. Tina, Mrs. Takako, and Mrs. Alice were asked to find Ms. Kagami and Ms. Mino as quickly as possible. He would not allow any of them to advance any further. In the forest, Mino asked Kagami Dono if something had happened. He replied that he had just experienced a sudden sharp spasm, but it had already passed. She emphasized that now it was his turn. That date resurfaced once more, becoming increasingly irksome. Fuji had certainly done an excellent job with him. He was urged to help instead of watching, but the demon chose to conserve his strength for unexpected challenges, reasoning that joining the fight would just waste valuable time. He had fought many kinds of monsters before, but never encountered ones like these. Mino remarked that there existed creatures unknown even to seasoned warriors. At the very least, they were nearly on par with demons in terms of strength. The earnings here were quite respectable, around 2,000 silver coins. Yet, in the span of 6 days, they received 284 gold coins. That was truly remarkable. If they appeared regularly, one could collect many of them. Fuji thought their presence was triggered by a specific event. Fortunately, they hadn't attacked while he was gone. There was no doubt this place was very strange. She would neither eat nor sleep. How much time had passed? Mino had no idea at all. He wished they could finish everything at once, so he might return to Lady Alice as soon as possible and behold her smile once more. Fuji agreed with him, yet this journey seemed endlessly prolonged. Climbing the stairs, conquering monsters, descending once more, again and again, the cycle repeated without end. Another staircase to descend. Nino said they were now on the 99th level, one more to reach the 100th. Kudzi was surprised he kept count. The demon explained it was for future explorers of these ruins. Since there were no stairs, Nino wondered if they had reached a dead end, or if this meant they were supposed to jump. He suggested that they take the leap, though Kujiki could not see the bottom. A fall from such a height would surely be fatal. To try tossing a coin, they urged Kagami not to return, as recovering more money would be impossible. Jumping down would mean suicide. Kujiri Zenten wondered how anyone had reached this place without meeting the dark dragon. He was told that he must go there without fail. Mina insisted it was far too dangerous, pointing out that they had already earned enough. Without a word, Kudzi tossed the bag filled with the money he had made to the ground. He asked him to wait here while he went to check. Yet Nino could not allow him to go there alone. It would have been wonderful if Kudzi listened to him at least from time to time. He saw something strange. He could still feel his legs. He glanced down and spotted the backpack. In that moment, everything became clear. Kuji realized that jumping was relatively safe, yet Nino remained uncertain. It was an impenetrable darkness, a place where nothing could be seen below. The likely cause was an object absorbing every ray of light. Kagami Dono's expression was nothing short of remarkable. Before them stood the dragon, who, with evident satisfaction, acknowledged their skill and perseverance, qualities that had enabled them to come so far and reach his lair. Upon seeing the creature, the boys understood. Before them stood the dark dragon himself. He declared that there was only one entrance. Since they had managed to traverse a path invisible even to their eyes, it meant their courage knew no bounds. For his courage, though he asked to be forgiven for the abrupt end to their conversation, as it was Kuji who had interrupted. They moved slowly and with great caution. In such conditions, I can hardly stand upright. This is truly unprecedented. He suggested postponing the decision. He asked whether he truly was a monster, and this was confirmed. He found himself face to face with one of the world's rarest wonders, a dark dragon. These beings possess knowledge of the world's deepest truths. They watch over and uphold the order of existence. He considered himself the god of this world. Yet in the end, reality proved otherwise. He was merely one of the singularities that existed within it. Existence stands apart from the divine. They became aware that they truly existed. The dragon noticed a faint smile on Kudzi's face. Could it be that the man felt no fear? Kudzi admitted that at first he had been somewhat startled upon seeing the dragon. Yet, after their conversation, Kudzi realized he needn't fear the dragon. If it were a mindless monster, it would have attacked by now. Sensing Kudzi's challenge, the dragon warned him he was mightier than a demon lord. He could scarcely believe it. The dragon asked why the demon had come to this place. How could such a thing even be possible? Menno himself had no idea what he was talking about. The demon asked what exactly he meant when he claimed to be stronger than his demonic majesty. It may appear impressive, but why is there no sense of magical energy within it? The dragon explained that for a creature like himself, it would not be so simple to detect his magic. Long ago, they lived surrounded by his magical energy, though only those possessing a certain strength could sense its presence. He could not comprehend how such a thing was possible. Could it be that his demonic majesty, together with the celestial protector, had sensed the presence of this creature? He asked what exactly was meant by the term world system. He explained that it was a system constantly producing and nurturing strong individuals like himself. Hadn't he felt overwhelming pressure upon arriving? Normally, only special items or weapons allowed entry, testing any intruder's true strength. Here, one felt no hunger or fatigue. Rare artifacts seemed to have brought him this far. It turned out that he had not brought any weapons with him. This was unprecedented, yet on this occasion, he decided to accept it. Kudia supposed that he had likely been expecting the arrival of people like them. The dragon admitted they had shown their true strength and invited them into the dungeon, which would open only after the demonic lord's defeat. Puji then asked him to explain further. The dragon recalled having heard before about an item that could be acquired for 10,000 gold coins. This showed that relying only on strength without charm and wisdom was insufficient. The dragon asked if he had gained these traits, and the boy said no, surprising the dragon. There are two important points to note. The dark dragon is a creature that forges strong individuals. This dungeon can only be entered by acquiring an item worth 10,000 gold coins or by defeating the demon lord. Estella recalled the times she had doubted whether another chance would ever come her way. He insisted that they had not slain the demon lord. The young man tried to calm him, urging him to simply play along. He claimed to have defeated the demon lord single-handedly. With a single blow to the abdomen, he destroyed him once and for all. The dragon was left astonished. The young man had not anticipated such a turn of events. He remarked that Kagami-san was truly extraordinary. Whispering these words, he slipped away into another world. Never before had anyone heard of the demon lord being defeated in such a manner. Yet what mattered even more was the question of why a demon had been traveling alongside a human. Since their arrival, had he truly been fighting on the human side? He replied that he had been zombombed. The dragon had never heard of a demon being zombombed before and could not fathom how such a thing was even possible. He recounted how he had kept him locked away for 28 hours, subjecting him to training and persuasion through his skills of coercion. By wielding this power, he gained control over both his body and mind. The matter remained unresolved. Even during their fierce clashes, he showed profound respect for the Lord of Demons. He cried out upon hearing mention of the demon's grandeur. Even Kuji took note of his devotion. The dragon believed that the mere possibility of defeating the demon lord spoke volumes. The only living being he had been able to sense here was now gone. About 3 months earlier, he had ceased to feel its presence. It had taken the young man a long time to arrive at this place, and Hodzi was surprised when he heard about it. Indeed, when Estella unleashed the demon lord against Salmeria, it was likely that he employed some skill to veil his presence. Without fully grasping the circumstances, the young man drew his own conclusions. He asked why they visited, and there was a reason. His journey meant more than earning the dragon's gratitude, as the dragon had awaited the arrival of truly powerful individuals like him. Since his arrival, the dragon had promised to grant him a single wish. It did not matter what he asked for, so long as it was something possible within this world. First, he must choose between two possibilities. His wish would be granted and he'd advance, but Kuji knew nothing, as only those who reached this point could understand. He only knew the path ahead would be filled with pain and battles, likely tied to the world's system. There could be no doubt. The dragon had suffered so many tragedies on his journey that he may have lost the will to fight, and to those who have surrendered, greater battles ahead seem only a futile endeavor. Why does a second choice exist? If he were to fulfill this wish, to heal his soul wounded by battles, it would erase all memories of his journey and his struggle with the demonic ruler, returning him to the surface once more. He asked what was meant by that. Clearly, people would return to the surface with unimaginable strength, yet without any memory of how they had acquired it. This was undeniably true, and one day, Kujigi would come back here again. All who had known of his struggle would lose those memories. Kuji could not fathom why he had been forced to go to such lengths. The dragon merely reminded him that he had already been warned of this. This is meant only for the development of the strong. All available information about the dark dragon had been gathered. The young man wondered how many people had truly managed to reach this place. It might be impossible, and even if their memories have faded, there remains a chance that they will never be able to return here. Though some may object, this is how the world is. Instead of forsaking those demoralized by Dai's senseless death, it's better to give them a chance to return stronger. Kuji wondered what would happen if he didn't return. This was the extent of his strength, But was there truly no better way to prove real power? Did everyone need 10,000 gold coins to get here? The dragon asked why, and the boy answered there was simply no other way. The demon lord no longer exists in this world. He explained that, for this very reason, all memories of that battle would be erased from the minds of everyone who knew about it. The demonic lord will not merely be resurrected, rather, he will be rebooted. They replied that no records existed of any victory over the demonic lord. This was an undeniable truth. Countless demonic lords had already been vanquished by other warriors. If this were true, then who had been that demonic master whom he had served with such respect for so long? It is explained that after the defeat of the demonic lord, a new one will soon emerge to take his place. By reset, Kujiralai meant that their memories of the victory over the lord would also be erased. This has been confirmed. However, the demon lord of that era was far too powerful, and without a functioning system, preparations for a new one could not begin until the old demon lord had been defeated. Some time would still need to pass before a new demon lord could take his place. A question was raised. If the demon lord were revived, would Lady Alice, his daughter, lose all memory of him? In fact, she wouldn't. Revival meant all monsters and demons, including her, would be created anew. People would remain unharmed throughout this process. He understood then. The dragon was implying that even its own memories had been falsified during the reset it had mentioned. The dragon replied that there was nothing unusual about it. The world was in the midst of a great reset. All the demons would be recreated according to its laws, yet people would go on with their everyday routines as if nothing had changed. The last reset occurred 30 years ago. Therefore, if you were born after that event, it is possible that the laws of this world have not yet taken firm root within you. He replied that the demon had claimed it was God who had created this system. The dragon, too, had given the same assurance. Everything follows the system, but what about the monsters and demons, the cause of endless unrest? Are they in the world's records? The dragon confirmed this is the true history of the world. In this world, monsters exist to forge strong humans. Yet one must wonder, what purpose do such formidable people truly serve? He explained that if one truly wished to discover the truth, they would have to ascend to the next level. Such questions, he said, were beyond his ability to answer. Kujikata accepted this without protest. The more formidable monsters he defeated, the stronger he became. Strength was regarded as the wisest path to survival. The previous Lord of Demons had been destroyed 30 years prior. Estella appeared stunned by these events. Instead of resorting to killing, at that moment he told them they would have to seek him out again once they had grown stronger. The dragon had resolved that it was time to bring everything to an end. He waited for the moment when it was his final opportunity to step back, the moment to declare his choice. Yet Kuji responded that he would choose neither of them. He refuses to erase the demons. He will not permit the destruction of these memories, of Nino, the demon lord, and even Alice. To Dragon, they were nothing more than beings reborn with every reset. Puji realized he could never truly understand this perspective. After all, they were just like everyone else, smiling and laughing in exactly the same way. A foreign demon, who had done his best while working alongside humans, now found himself face to face with the very demon who had once been his teacher, back when he knew nothing at all. He encountered a demon who proved to be more honest and caring than any human he had ever met before. It was almost... The dragon decided it was time to draw some conclusions. He was determined to destroy this system completely. The dragon inquired what the young man intended to do when he overshadowed him. Fuji pondered. If he managed to defeat his opponent, then the reset would not occur, would it? The dragon replied that such a thing was impossible. They entrusted this world to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly launched himself into an attack against him. The dragon took great pride in his extraordinary strength and unmatched speed, a power so immense it could even hurl his massive body through the air. For those who had already been here, He seemed much more formidable now, yet somehow more familiar and close at the same time. The dragon would have been genuinely grateful if he agreed to move on to the next stage. The young man replied that if it was truly so important, perhaps the dragon could stop pressuring him into making such a decision. The dragon found the question absurd, as God created him to follow his rules, but Kuji decided that after dealing with the dragon, he would break the very rules set by God, despite the complexity of the situation. He was certain that the boy stood no chance of defeating him. Puzi asked Mino not to. The dragon unleashed its special skill. He could not have imagined just how much magical energy such a skill would truly require. The dragon remarked that this was merely a fragment of its real power. Its spread across the world knew virtually no bounds. To say it was almost limitless would be no exaggeration. Limitless power. Mino realized just how naive they had been. He had believed that, with his current skills, Kuzi could be defeated. Yet now, confronted by a creature summoned to carry out the will of God, such hopes seemed futile. It made no sense at all. They were stunned to see Kagami alive. The dragon realized that this man was the one he had been waiting for. Mino was so overwhelmed that he lost consciousness, yet somehow remained standing. After sustaining such wounds and coming face to face with death, he resolved not to run away. And now, without losing his fighting spirit, he battled on until he lost consciousness. The dragon conceded that it was truly a magnificent display. They asked who had claimed he had lost consciousness. The creature found it difficult to believe. He did not know the meaning of surrender. He had asked not to have his determination and resilience underestimated. The dragon could not comprehend how he still managed to move, nor where his strength continued to come from. Explosions filled the air with a blinding haze as the man sensed the dragon's astonishment at his survival, a feat the dragon thought impossible, though Howdy knew and used a secret that made it possible. They exploded at the slightest touch. First, he struck the approaching beam, forcing it to detonate. With his other hand, he dispatched the next one in quick succession. He admitted that it was not even a defensive strategy. One simply had to learn how to withstand the blows. They called it madness, though none had expected anything different from him. The dragon found himself increasingly astonished by this man. He offered to continue, vowing that he would surely fend off all the dragon's attacks. The creature found it strange that he showed no sign of fear. Despite the grim circumstances, his fighting spirit remained unbroken. Was he truly fearless, or did he even grasp what had just been said to him? That assault had been but a fragment of his true power. Puzi exhaled heavily, signaling his readiness to face him in battle. He believes that surrendering to the will of the world's order in the face of fate is more terrifying than stepping into battle. Otherwise, he risks losing those dearest to him. More than anything, he feared a life weighed down by regret. The dragon had once called him an intriguing man. He resolved to test him, to see whether his words reflected true faith or were nothing more than a pitiful spectacle. It was time to reveal whether he possessed the strength to walk the path toward his own future. To overcome every obstacle, he must prove himself capable. Mino believes this impossible, asking if the dragon would be unmoved by Kagami's death. If so, even the dragon will see his strength is insufficient. The boy was asked to respond, yet Kudzis remained by his side. Everyone was astonished by this display. The dragon could not comprehend how his foe had managed to evade the blow. He had unleashed attacks from every direction, and the bursts should have blocked every possible escape route. It could be assumed that the dragon remained utterly unaware of the deadly vulnerability inherent in this spell. He noted that regardless of the boy's position, his attacks were focused relentlessly on the same spot. This spell, he realized, was most effective against opponents unable to move. Even when Kuji attempted to use smoke as cover for escape, he could not evade harm. The dragon objected, insisting that this was not the case. Normally, he would locate his opponents by sensing their magical energy. Kujin understood that, in truth, he possessed little of this power, and no matter how hard he tried, its amount never seemed to increase. Koji's magical energy was so faint, the dragon lost track of him. Surprised to discover this weakness, he wondered if the dragon could see him through the smoke as he experimented with something new. The second noted that the assault came from all sides. A single magical beam could have destroyed him. What amazed him most was how the young man had managed to avoid every single strike. He told him that he had already endured many blows, yet just when he thought it was all over, he noticed something strange. Pondering how he had managed to survive all those explosions, he realized that his arm had changed in this very way. He had no idea what it was. The young man suggested he try attacking it using the same technique. The attack came without the dragon even recognizing what it was. Kuji successfully parried the attack, and though its speed dropped, he reinforced it with a stronger blow. The dragon recognized the counter, but was stunned by the sheer audacity of Kuji's move. At the outset of the battle, Kuji unleashed this power, indicating that it had awakened within him during the clash. The young man believed he had provoked his opponent. He declared that this ability was proof of his power. Moreover, this ability could truly be called a miracle. He was incredibly fortunate to master this skill during the most difficult of times. Without a doubt, his proficiency had reached new heights. He replied that his level had not increased. The dragon was taken aback. This defied all expectations, revealing a power that spoke to the true potential of humanity. Without a doubt, it was a skill. The young man affirmed he had not been mistaken. This was indeed a skill. The young man was taken aback. Even the dragon's eyes flew open in astonishment when he discovered that his level was 999. Yet what mattered most was that he was an ordinary peasant. He remained, above all, a peasant. At first, it is not clear whom it is dealing with. The creature gradually realizes that the boy before it is nothing more than a simple peasant. It asks him how he came to possess such strength. Having reached level 999, acquiring any new skills should be impossible. Puji acknowledged that his level could climb no higher. He overcame these limitations, grew stronger, and even mastered a new skill, something for which he could only be grateful to him. He believes he has gathered enough experience to reach the 1000th level, since new abilities are granted only once every 100 levels. When he learned that reaching level 1000 granted unimaginable power and required immense experience, Kuji realized he was already at level 999, a fact reinforced by the major events he had witnessed in Selmaria. Before facing the dragon, he gained enough experience to acquire anti-magic will, a skill that let him temporarily create a zone shaped by his intent to repel magical forces. He acted almost unconsciously, as if their battle had not yet come to an end. The dragon regretted having to kill the boy who brought hope to the world. Puji, recalling the dragon's insistence that the boy advance at any cost, suspected he still planned to use the reset. Thus, upon entering a new phase, it would be necessary to nurture strong, new individuals. He resolved that this battle was not yet over. The second could not comprehend why anyone would dare go to such lengths to halt the reboot. He had subdued the demon behind him, using its power for his own benefit. Suddenly, he declared that the man was lying. He believed it was right to assert that all of it had been a lie. He inquired about the reason that had brought Estella to this place. His curiosity was so overwhelming that he resolved to stay until the end. He apologized for his earlier rudeness. He had no intention of mocking them. It was simply the first time he had ever seen a dark dragon so bewildered. At first, it seemed as though he had come merely to mock him. Yet Estella assured him that there was a particular reason for his presence. It was hardly surprising that he found this amusing. Such a reaction was only natural. They asked what he had done with the Demon King. Incidentally, Estella was taking proper care of him. He had intended to strike at God once or twice, wondering if advancing to the next level might somehow bring him closer. He sensed that sacrificing what mattered most for a war against God would render the struggle meaningless. The Lord hesitated, uncertain if he'd still cherish these things, knowing demons would be reborn with each reset. Though he had been told to think as he wished, for him, the existence of demons standing before him was undeniable and irreplaceable. He realized he was, in truth, something of an oddity, still worrying about demons without any real understanding of their place in the order of the world. Was it possible, then, that he himself was a demon? He declared himself truly blessed. As a loyal servant, he vowed to dedicate his wretched life to protecting the demon he served. In the future, Kuji resolved to leave the casino to him. For some time now, a particular problem had been troubling the dragon. How did Stiller learn about these two, and what did he truly mean when he said he was watching the Demon Lord? And why is he accused of lying? It was stated that this man had never defeated the Demon Lord. The dragon had not anticipated such a move from him, especially since no one had set foot here for a long time. Estelar believed that now was the perfect moment. Once he had ordered May to act, intending to sow fear among the people. He had defeated him. The dragon was astonished that this mere peasant had managed to overcome Nisayu. He realized that he had yet to comprehend the true strength of this man. He was a genuine hidden treasure. It was a strange turn of events. Despite possessing such power, he did not vanquish the demon. Instead, he tried to save it. It was for this very reason that Estella resolved to change the rules of the game. For an entire year, no one would be able to slay the Demon Lord. However, if 10,000 gold coins were not gathered within that time, he would strike again, aided by his formidable ally. He realized that he had been deceived and lured to this place. Yet Estella insisted that it was not a lie at all. If the young man failed to succeed within a year, she would be forced to summon the demonic lord, just as originally planned. He inquired about his identity. The Lord suggested that by now he must have already guessed. A dark, dragon-like being exists to uphold world order. Estella lacks its power and is reborn as a demon lord's servant, with the purpose of ensuring a peaceful life for demons in Detra. These events vividly illustrate his place in this world. Indeed, it would be unfortunate if nothing ever changed, as it had been in the past. And so the proposal was made. This person had, in fact, managed to gather 10,000 gold coins in an astonishingly short time, yet confessed that, regrettably, things were not exactly as they seemed. Having dug a pit here, she asked him to repeat himself. Estella, too, was visibly astonished. He worked the earth so rapidly that the soil had no time to recover. He understood that this trial would be insurmountable, even for a hero of level 500, yet he himself had been forced to create it. The Overlord harbored no doubt that this character, it possessed such immense power that it could rival even a level 999 hero, though only for a brief moment. The Lord could not have foreseen such an outcome. As the dragon understood it, this meant that the individual in question had failed to meet any of the conditions set by the Lord for advancing to the next level. The realization of his own immense power, was that not enough to satisfy every requirement? The dragon, however, thought otherwise. This man is so powerful that he cannot even break the rules that have been set. He addressed the dark dragon, remarking that he himself had witnessed its true power. Was that not so? The dragon's might was more than sufficient. No one was able to offer them hope. Puji pondered this deeply. The demon credited his fortune to skill, yet luck and loyal allies often proved more decisive, sometimes eclipsing his confidence. Was he not the very person they had been seeking all along? He remarked that he did not wish to proceed to the next stage at this time, and therefore requested to be brought back to the surface. Indignant, he realized halting the restart would only delay it. Beating the Demon Lord would trigger another restart, so moving to the next stage was pointless and wouldn't help him achieve his goal. He was told that if he continued like this, he'd never progress, and his goal would remain unreachable. Was he willing to accept that? Kaoji realized the Lord believed he didn't want to advance to the next level. He agreed, though not immediately. Given the circumstances, he was unable to halt the reboot function and needed time to prepare. By then, he hoped to return to the surface if possible. Estella, intrigued, inquired about his plans for the future. He decided it would be more interesting to wait and witness everything firsthand. Once all the preparations were complete, he would return, 10,000 gold coins at the ready. In order to bring the Demon Lord back to him, he needed the power of the Demon King to carry out his plan, for it was believed that gathering 10,000 gold coins would suffice. Fuji noted that this had been an attempt to spur him toward greater resolve, yet even without such encouragement, he would have gathered them within the allotted time. To make it in time, the Lord could have returned to his wars or whatever occupied him, but that would not happen. Estella sensed that giving him the Demon King would prove far more dangerous. He realized that if he failed to arrive on time, the master might deem him too weak, so he decided to ask. He suggested that Estella should indeed grant her permission. When he arrived, he too would lend his help to return the Demon King, ensuring the child could receive him safely. The demon remarked that Kuji was, in fact, a most intriguing individual. She accepted his proposal. She beheld the majesty of the demon. The demon put his faith in them. The Lord replied that this was not the point, he simply had great hopes for him. He would wait eagerly to see what exactly would be shown to him. Before that, he had to finish all his unfinished business in this world, to destroy the Demon Lord and fulfill his destiny. Possessing the potential to become the savior of this world, it was discovered that the Lord of Demons had already awakened. He couldn't grasp what had happened. The young man explained that he had slept for nearly half a day. The boy was uneasy about his magic, but Guy apologized for not seeking permission. He wrapped his horns to conceal his magical power. He had kept several in reserve for a rainy day, yet he never imagined he would need to use them all just to suppress his magical energy entirely. The Lord realized that he had once again offered him assistance. Puji felt it was a touching moment of reunion with his student, and thought perhaps he should have shown more joy. He replied that the young man had chosen that name for himself. Aiden Mino rose to his feet and turned his attention to his demonic majesty. Aiden was surprised that he had caused him such deep concern. Nina, meanwhile, was relieved to see that he was finally beginning to act sensibly. Concerned about his condition, she offered to prepare something for him to eat. The Lord advised him to simply relax. He noticed that Mina, as always, remained exceptionally attentive. Ask him to apologize. Kryuji remarked that Mino was easy to read. His emotions were unmistakable, especially in moments of panic, as if he were an open book. When they first met in Valmond, that was the name they gave him. Anyone would have been terrified if something had suddenly come flying down from the sky. What struck him most was that none of his blows seemed to have any effect on the creature. Kuzuki vividly recalled the pain it inflicted upon him, so intense that it seemed to scorch even his clothes. Kuzuki believed he ought to reveal his feelings, to show how deeply he had been wounded. Yet the Demon Lord merely laughed in response. He realized that the peasant's gift for attracting people had not diminished in the slightest. In truth, this was an extraordinary person. Yet this was not entirely true. Although he had changed since their last encounter, nothing exceptional or out of the ordinary had transpired between them. Regardless of whether they were human or demon, they needed to know how to coexist, just as they did now. He had believed that such things were considered normal in this world. In truth, it was utter nonsense. Once again, he needed his help, just as he had in the good old days. The Lord replied that he had never aided the young man. He had only challenged him, so that the boy might gain strength on his own. This might have been the first time he could truly offer assistance. The king saw no reason to refuse. He invited the young man to share his plan. Suddenly the boys approached them in silence, without uttering a single word. No one had anticipated that this meeting could happen so abruptly. She was utterly stunned when she saw her father. The king remarked that it had been a long time since their last meeting and inquired if the young woman was well. Alice hurried swiftly toward her father. He realized that his daughter had grown up, and he was prepared to accept this fact. She could not grasp what was happening, nor could she understand why the demon king had appeared here. She also inquired about the gathering of 10,000 gold coins. She admitted that raising such a sum in so little time would be impossible. The girl then inquired where the demon king had come from, and whether this meant that money was no longer needed. He replied that the fundraising was still ongoing. In any case, he invited her to explain her motives and to share the reasons that had brought them there. Apologies, but I can only assist with reviewing texts similar to posts or manga scripts. If you have any Ukrainian text that needs improvement, please provide it, and I will be glad to help. Marco reported that the royal army had arrived and witnessed firsthand the possibility that Alice might be a demon. It was her horns, the real reason they fled. The boys had hoped that by hiding in the sacred forest, they could mask her aura. Mina was indignant about the situation, suspecting that David Dono was to blame. Echo explained that it was not his own achievement. David San had protected them, even after learning that Alice was a demon. Their escape had been possible only because of David San's actions. Kuji wondered how they had come to understand what had happened. It was believed that this was the work of Palna. They bared their teeth as they inquired about the shattered remnants. By the strength of the kingdom. The boys had scarcely enough energy to escape. Given their social standing, Takako believed they would not be punished, yet a lingering concern still troubled her. She concluded both were trapped in the castle, and Takako knew rescue was impossible. When she learned the boys traveled with a demon, the woman wondered aloud where the young man had suddenly vanished. They replied that they were on their way to the capital. The agitated woman asked if the young man realized his opponent wasn't a monster. Even in the capital, she said, they'd be seen as merchants allied with demons. Koichi hesitated. Koichi noticed a criminal icon appear in his status window. He soon discovered that Tina bore the same mark. Koichi inquired about his next course of action. According to the original plan, Kuji was supposed to take care of some matters in the capital. He chose to echo the words of Tina-chan. This time, however, he understood that his opponent was no monster. He replied that in Salmeria, his adversaries had been monsters, but this time it was an entire kingdom. Nevertheless, he would continue to act in pursuit of his goal. Mark admitted that it was true, but this time their opponents had proven too strong. He asked her to be more specific. Had she not wished to save Korora and Rex? He understood, having once believed the same, but knew declaring something impossible and surrendering achieved nothing. Neither kingdoms nor worlds changed simply by enduring in silence and forcing a smile. He understood nothing. He had always believed it to be impossible, and so he gave up. In the end, all he ever truly did was run away. His personal credo was simple. As long as something was not utterly impossible, he would not retreat from the fight. He called upon the young men to set out for the capital in order to save Kuroruin Rex. On the outskirts of the capital, someone, nearly having reached the capital, passed by the boys and greeted them. It seemed he noticed nothing unusual. She doubted that anyone in their group would suspect that this feeble old man was, in fact, the Demon King. Alice was deeply concerned about her father's condition. She realized that although each of them bore the label of a criminal, she had not expected that this news had spread so widely. She paused to consider her next move, deeply struck by the revelation that the Dark Dragon truly existed. The realization that humanity's relentless pursuit to destroy the Demon Lord was woven into the fabric of the world itself left her in shock. It was on the verge of erupting. Kuji urged her not to lose hope. She would undoubtedly manage it. The Lord was pleased, Elisa, that you had met this peasant. She also felt joy at having met Kagami-san. Even after discovering her true identity, he still chose to protect the demon from harm. She cared for him sincerely, her concern always marked by warmth and genuine affection. Acknowledging that the peasant had indeed grown into an extraordinary young man, Fuji suggested that it was precisely his humble origins that had shaped him so. From the outside, Mako saw that the demonic lord appeared no different from an ordinary man. It was astonishing to realize that all this time they had been confronting such an enemy. He realized restorative magic was powerless due to a curse, but believed the right artifact could help. The king remained convinced he still had enough strength within him to keep fighting. He has no intention of forcing him to fight anyone. His only wish is to speak. The man asked what was expected of him, what compelled him to act. They wished for him, as the demon king, to propose a peace treaty. Shen was indignant when she heard this. The proposal seemed absurd. Yet Kuji decided it was worth attempting. Nothing could be achieved without trying. He reminded Sheni of how hostile she had been at the very beginning. The issue clearly affected the kingdom. Any such imposition would prompt legal action for each violation. Kujir noted the same was true for demons, so authorities needed to resolve the matter promptly. If fortune favored them, Kururu and Rex would be set free. Yet Tina doubted that things could ever be so simple. He wondered what might happen if he were to encounter someone who stubbornly refused to listen and decided to start a war. They agreed to fight if talks failed. He wanted to face it alone, avoiding the Demon King's involvement. Tina saw everyone would be dragged into the conflict, and Takako also called it a misguided choice. Everything could be resolved by force. Even if persuading them to accept a truce failed, Kuji still wished for the kingdom to realize that this was the will of the Demon King. It was a risky endeavor, yet to deliver this message, he knew he had to meet the king, no matter what it might cost him. She returns to Kagami-san, determined to confess her love to him. Unfortunately, it seemed that the likelihood of their agreeing to such a truce was exceedingly low. Alice hurried to offer her aid. Kuji had no idea that Alice possessed the gift of healing magic. Alice explained that her goal was to be able to help others. David remarked that she devoted herself entirely to her studies. It was evident that Kagami-san had performed his duties exceptionally well. What had brought David Dono here, and what transpired after their escape? In order to save either Mr. Rex or Mrs. Carrero, David did not want to be found, especially when he was unable to move freely. The woman believed that his safety was of the utmost importance. She assumed he was now useless to them. The task was to expose Miss Alice and bring Rex's son and Cure Russo to the castle. Yet Fuji wondered why a truce still seemed so unlikely to him. The real reason was the king's obsession with eradicating demons. This mission gave his life meaning, and he was willing to sacrifice everything to destroy the demons and their lord. He realized that such hostility could be transformed into a driving force for a single purpose, for he now stood as a representative of all humanity. He pointed out that this was unnatural. It seemed as if demons had possessed him, tearing him away from his lord. Without a doubt, it was all because of Kira Rusama. He asked what he meant, and at that moment, Pudzi realized that Kuroru was the king's daughter. Once, Kuroru was meant to fight on the front lines against the demon lord, or whoever it may have been. When they first met, she kept asking if Alice was a demon. Tina noticed that since then, Kuroru had grown noticeably gentler. The words of Kagami Sansa proved true. The king had forced even his own daughter to take up arms, and it was he who had taught her to hate the demons. He had already explained to them that any attempt to travel to the capital for peace negotiations would end in failure. Yet, if it was for the sake of Kuroru-sama, for her sake and to save her. Without her, Kuroru-sama would never smile again. When David began serving her, she was already known as an exceptionally cheerful child. She always cared more for others than for herself, demonstrating a remarkable kindness, much like that of Lady Alice. She would have done anything to protect that smile, yet the king, to make Miss Kuroru a true sage capable of defeating the Demon King, the inexperienced girl underwent harsh daily training and was forced to battle monsters much stronger than herself, despite her lack of combat experience. Rusama was horrified by the very thought of taking another life, even that of the weakest monster. Fear of losing her own life gripped her in a cold vice, paralyzing her and holding her rooted to the spot. All day and once again the next, she endured this relentless torment. Fear slowly seeped into her, and she pleaded not to be forced to fight. Yet even then, the king stubbornly ignored her desperate appeals. The days passed by, each blending into the next, until, at last, an extraordinary day arrived. If Aru were no longer able to smile, she would say it was her destiny, and she took part in every battle she was compelled to fight. Although it was broken, Takako refused to believe it was so. When they first met, she never imagined her spirit had been broken. Tina shared this belief, though she could not deny that Kira-ru would see through the mission to destroy the Demon King. David, however, attributed it all to the king's influence. Madame Curie was emotionally drained. The king worried that her inability to conform to society cast a shadow over the royal family. So he restored her spirits. He believed it was better to say that he ensured her heart would feel pain no more. He concluded that Kira-rui had intended to destroy the demon lord from the very beginning. David disagreed, explaining that she had always harbored a deep aversion to violence. In that moment, the young man could not comprehend how it had happened. It became clear only later that the king possessed the power to manipulate the mind. Kurarasu's broken spirit was restored through his own skill. In that moment, he instilled in her a single purpose: to destroy the demon lord. Only Kurarusa possessed this gift. He had performed it more than once, even with the most powerful adventurers. To others it seemed almost impossible to believe. David paid a visit to Kagami-san. He was greatly surprised to find Kururu-san smiling, yet he considered such a reaction entirely natural. He was sure, as Palna said, that Lady Kurururu had broken free from the king's control to choose her own path. For her well-being, David volunteered to observe and write detailed reports, or so he believed. Lady Kuroru began to change under the influence of those around her, and even if David had to challenge the king himself, he was determined to protect the place that meant so much to her. She spent time with Kagami-san, becoming increasingly certain that, under such circumstances, the princess would become nothing more than a weapon in the fight against the demons. She would forget what it was like to smile sincerely, as she once did. Alice, too, urged Kagami-san to act before it was too late. Puji had already made his decision. There was no need to beg him. He would save her regardless. After all, they were friends. If he allowed the world system to do as it pleased, then it ought to be destroyed, so that such things would never happen again. Once again, he slipped away into solitude, provoking the anger of the boys. Blood rushed to his head, for Kagami-san had always been driven by a desire to act first. He decided to follow him, the capital of the kingdom of Gikaseldoria. When they arrived, a sense of astonishment swept over everyone. The Lord had never imagined that one day he would find himself in this place. It was notable that no one appeared frightened. Everything seemed entirely ordinary. Their secret would remain undiscovered, no matter how events might unfold. They were urged to find Kagami-chan before he did something reckless. The boys, uncertain where to begin, hesitated. Takako suggested he had likely already infiltrated the castle. Takako hoped he had not done it. Yet, with a pang of regret, she realized that it was entirely possible. Even if he scaled the castle walls, he'd still face the knights inside. Magic could conceal someone, but Kagami-chan lacked such skills, and the boys had no idea how he'd handle that situation. The Lord believed it wise to wait near the castle, just in case the peasant decided to come there. He agreed that this had been the most likely outcome. Their time is running out. The longer they continue to influence Kira's will, pressured by the circumstances, the more it slips away. They were left to uncover the truth on their own. Tashaka was deeply worried about Kagami-chan. The entrance to the castle. The place was rather peaceful. Tehaka suspected that Kagami-chan would indeed come here. The demonic majesty decided that she might attempt to save this Kuraru. She had not expected to hear any word from the Lord of Demons. It felt like an invitation to risk one's life for another. The king realized that he himself had often relied on the help of such people. Why should he be any different? Now that the peasant woman is no longer with them, Their efforts would be devoted solely to saving her. He has no idea what awaits them ahead. At best, they will all have to endure a severe ordeal and be branded as criminals. The relationship between demons and humans would remain as it had always been. They realized that any attempt to rescue Kororo-chan would only escalate the situation. In that moment, Alice noticed something important. Toward Kagami-chan, who was walking down the city street, Tina felt a surge of joy when the young man finally appeared. However, noticing that he was heading straight for the door, she was overcome with anger. She asked him what he was doing there, and whether he realized where he was standing. This, after all, was the entrance to the castle of His Majesty, the ruler of Hekelsadoria. They began to threaten him with spears, declaring that he had no right to be there. At last, Kuji left them unarmed. Already preparing for decisive action, he announced that he had come to abduct Rex and Kurum. It seemed that the young man had no idea what would happen next. Soon, additional guards arrived at the scene. An uninvited guest stood before them, prompting the guards to prepare to call for reinforcements. Yet, the intruder chose to storm the castle alone. Did he truly place no value on his own life? Kuji was astonished when he heard of this. It became clear to them that everything had been misunderstood. He wished they would stop discussing his life and simply allow him to pass. He strode resolutely toward the castle, denying the guards any opportunity to intervene. They had been ordered to kill him. It was said that he was far too powerful. Suddenly Takako appeared, so imposing that the guards mistook her for a giant and came to their aid. Fuji informed her that they had arrived too late. He advised him not to rush. Meanwhile, others joined Tazaka. She called him a foolish idiot, her tone brimming with indignation at how recklessly he acted without considering the consequences. Neither of them intended to return after this. Yet Tina recalled that David was familiar with the palace's layout. They might have been able to slip inside more quietly. They realized there was no time for anything else. Entering through the front doors was the quickest option. Mina wondered what he had been doing all this time. After a moment's thought, Fuji replied that he had been preparing. Even more guards spotted him, and they were ordered to apprehend him. Lost in thought, he suddenly lashed out, striking several guards at once with a swift kick. He was surprised to realize that there was no need for guards here at all. He asked them not to say such things, and expressed his relief at their arrival. The young man did his best to avoid causing serious harm, though restraining himself proved extremely difficult. When the Lord realized there was no point in holding back, for these people threatened his life, he still hesitated. He reminded me that they had come with the intention of negotiating a peace agreement. Had he killed anyone, it would have given them reason to abandon the talks. Let it be him who seeks to change these absurd rules. Yet, that does not justify taking a life so lightly. Such actions stand in direct opposition to the very pursuit of mutual understanding. He resolved to try not to kill anyone. The guards were already drawing near. The peasant had to remain vigilant, watching closely at all times. The Lord prepared to demonstrate to him how it should be done. The Lord resolved to demonstrate an overwhelming difference in strength, intending to break their will to fight while ensuring they remained alive. Stunned by the demon's power, they realized humans and demons were allied. Could these really be the rumored merchants? The thought filled Fuji with indignation. The Lord felt unconcerned by their words, as they were already seen as enemies. In the king's castle, humans and demons worked together, so such rumors might even turn out to be beneficial. With help, they would be able to break the rules that demanded the destruction of the demons themselves. Realizing the logic behind it, they could not help but feel anxious, yet the task was unavoidable. Still, unless they cleared the way, there would be no moving forward. Even the Lord decided to attempt it. It would not be easy to restrain his power. With a display of force, he lifted the guards into the air and hurled them violently to the ground. Then, he signaled to his companions to advance. Although he was suspected of murder, the king dismissed all such accusations. They continued to hurry toward the site of the battle. He struck them again with a powerful blow. The team rallied together, prepared to face their adversaries. The guards, armed with swords, surged forward into the attack. Yet Kuji restrained himself. The Lord of Demons noticed that they attacked without regard for their own lives. It was hard to disagree with such a sentiment. Such devotion was only natural for the royal guard. Now, however, the situation was no longer a joke. He asked them whether they wished to perish as they prepared for yet another assault. The young men realized then that this would never end. They asked how many more times the demon lord could use the spell, as he doubted its power would last long. David then turned to Kagami-san to ask if there was any way they could reach that place. He shifted his attention to the castle balcony. They announced that they were moving to Plan B. He ordered the Lord of Demons to go there and delay the others. Then he made up his mind to carry out his plan. He seized Alice and tossed her into the air. It was now Alice's turn. He realized that he could not simply abandon Alice Chan without altering the course of his own influence. She was stunned when her turn finally came. She had already finished, yet it was the demon lord who assisted her as she landed. It was Takako. The ending did not unfold smoothly. It was Kujiset's fault. His hand had slipped. Nino realized that this was no coincidence. It was revenge for the way Takatodono had hurled him straight through the sky toward Valmon. It was announced that the real work was about to begin. He was certain that this was the path he was meant to follow. The king managed to sway the minds of Mrs. Kararu and Mr. Rex. Rather than wandering aimlessly through the castle, they agreed it would be best to proceed directly to the royal chambers. He finally reached the royal chambers. They lay just beyond these doors. As he approached the gates, the guards intercepted him. It seemed as though they simply did not know when to retreat. The guard declared that as long as he still drew breath, they would not pass. Yet David chose to detain them only briefly, intending to release them soon after. He asked them not to let themselves be killed. If the man waiting behind those doors was the soldier Sam, David urged everyone to be cautious. Kuji, however, had no idea who that was. 1729 confessed to assisting Palna in capturing Mrs. Carrara and Mr. Rex. He was a nobleman whose influence within these walls was considerable. While not all the details of his combat skills are known, it is clear that he can weaken his opponent's abilities not only through magical means. He sensed that trustworthy companions stood by his side, ready to support him, even the demon lord among them. All would be well, they all understood that. David asked them to take care of themselves and to save Kira Rusan and Rex Sem. He was about to open the door. Before him stood Palma, convinced that it was already too late for the party. She spoke as if she had been expecting them for quite some time. The young woman admitted that, in a certain sense, he had been right. She expressed an interest in them. Moreover, their arrival had been remarkably swift. News that Alice Chan no longer intended to conceal her horns came as a surprise to everyone. They announced that they would hide their existence no longer. He was astonished to discover that demons had joined forces with humans to reach the throne room. It was a true and unexpected surprise. He inquired whether they had managed to eliminate all the soldiers guarding the palace. He noted that no one had been killed. The young man spotted the debris and began to call out to him. He realized that this was exactly what David had spoken of, brainwashing. They were told to remain calm, as it was just a minor hypnotic suggestion to make someone obedient. The king could hypnotize only one person at a time, moving to the next, only after completing the first. Realizing they were speaking about Korora, he inquired about her whereabouts. At present, he was undergoing a trial to receive his father's blessing. The young man did not understand what was expected of him. Despite her natural talent, she lacks the willpower to make proper use of it. Once, after subjecting her to a thorough brainwashing, he was certain that everything would go smoothly. Yet to his astonishment, instead of focusing on the primary goal, the destruction of the Demon King, her thoughts wandered to trivial matters. Upon hearing this from Palna, he could hardly believe his own ears. It was simply dreadful. Kujiji could not understand the purpose behind any of it. To her, It made no difference whether she stopped thinking about killing the Demon King or continued to dwell on it. She knew her resolve must not waver again. The king intended to use his skill at manipulation to penetrate the deepest recesses of her mind. Once his ability is activated, the other party becomes entirely incapable of resistance. In the absence of outside interference, the brainwashing process will continue until it is fully complete. This was the reason he kept Kira locked away. Nothing could impede the course of events. Kagami-san made up his mind to visit the young woman, and toward something unseen through which no effort could break. He suggested that they surrender. It would repel any attack, equipped with a special function designed to guard against external threats. Alice managed to break it. She healed Kuji. The Lord realized that this obstacle had left them trapped. Alice found it difficult to believe. They realized at once that they needed to find a way out immediately. Remaining here would place Kurara in grave danger. Fuji made every effort to reach the princess. He suggested that he surrender. This barrier allowed no sound to pass through. His voice could not reach her. He then resolved to calm the boy. He suggested they have a conversation. He had come here because there was something important he needed to tell him. To his surprise, the king was willing to listen to him. Thus, he finally had the opportunity to speak his mind aloud. He declared his intention to sign a treaty, a truce between humans and demons. They were urged to stop fighting, for the only thing that set them apart was the ability to create monsters. And to prove this, they had all gathered here today. He is utterly convinced that they will be able to coexist peacefully. They couldn't understand his confidence. Was it tied to demons creating monsters? If monsters were a real threat, could humans and demons unite to solve it? The king found this idea intriguing. He pondered whom he should sign the agreement with, the demonic envoy or the human. Which of them stood for which side? And whom, precisely, had G officially appointed as the representative? Who was the lord here? The ruler was taken aback by his unexpected arrival. It was explained that the Demon King had agreed to establish peace with humanity. He was the last of his kind, and only his consent remained to be given, a decision that would forever change the world. Had he known that, after defeating the Demon Lord, they would all be cast back to their original state, his resolve might have faltered. Memories of the victory over the Demon Lord would be erased, and a new ruler would rise in his place. This war, it seemed, was destined to endure without end. The king inquired what he had meant by that. Fuji recounted everything he had learned about the structure of this world from Estella and the Dark Dragon. He burst into hearty laughter, insisting that this part was, in fact, the most important of all. To bring about a complete renewal, he dispatched his strongest champions to defeat the Demon Lord. He had heard of this from Estella and the Dark One. It seemed it had not been a dragon. He wondered if something similar had ever happened to Kuji. If demons and monsters exist to maintain the balance of this world, thus their purpose must be to select the finest individuals this world has to offer. Fuji found it hard to believe. The king suggested putting an end to the conversation. Meanwhile, the soldiers noticed something unusual about Palna. He had always known this. The man replied that, of course, he was aware. Yet knowledge, he said, changed nothing. Everyone was cast back to the beginning, and the Demon Lord would be reborn. After all, demons had always been eternal adversaries. The girl accepted this truth. She decided to begin with the Demon Lord. Simon found it strange that he was so surprised. Did he truly not know that he was the king? Authority proved to be a difficult matter, so it was decided to imprison him somewhere. Alice was fearful for her father. The Demon King was destined to perish, as his role demanded, yet his time had not come. The presence of these two demons, however, served no purpose. The value of both the peasant and the priest was undeniable. He intended to indoctrinate them. Fuji had no intention of permitting this. They were not instruments of war. The king realized they were utterly unsuited for such a purpose. Yet if they chose to refuse to fight for him, it would present a serious problem. At last, Someone emerged who was every bit as formidable as Kuji. His powerful strike brought the opponent to a halt. Palna was anxious about Kagami Dono. He asked the young man if he truly understood that he was not fighting monsters. This did not mean, however, that he believed everything would turn out according to his wishes. He could feel a heaviness settling into his body, as though, apart from physical strength, there was nothing remarkable about him at all. Turjay announced that, thanks to his skill, he had reduced the young man's physical strength to almost nothing. This was likely the very military organization that David Donna had mentioned. Should the young man choose to strike first? She prevented him from striking. By that moment, the king had already approached, sword in hand. She lent him her aid as well, unleashing a beam of sacred white lightning. Puji realized at that moment that the situation had become dire. Rex the Bastard earned his notorious nickname because he concealed within his arsenal an attack so reckless it bordered on madness. He had watched her constantly while they were apart. She doubted he ever truly understood her. The girl was now preparing to heal Kuji. There was so much blood here. She was pleased to see that he was making an effort as well. He realized that Rex skillfully put his abilities to use. Tina asked him to remain still. He felt as though it would never end with her, so he resolved to break off the relationship. Kuzan felt a sense of relief, knowing he hadn't killed her. She was far too valuable for that. The young man then asked Mino to cover him. He knows what he must do, yet his body feels as if it were forged from heavy steel. There is something extraordinary about this strength. The army has played its part in shaping it. He decides to see how long Kujiki can endure. He drew his sword, a decision that proved wise as he prepared in advance. Mino did not understand the reason for this precaution, but Fuji had made sure he was ready for any emergency. Being left unarmed was not an option. He replied that this would turn the situation in the young man's favor. His sword clashed against his enemy's weapon, a sight that immediately captured the ruler's attention. At the same moment, he intervened to stop Kuji. Palna directed a stream of fire toward both him and the demon. The king realized it was time to surrender the moment he saw his enemy had survived the attack. He decided to abandon any attempt to reason with this brood of demons. It became clear to him that his chances of victory lay in combat against them. He declared that he would never surrender. The king, brandishing his sword before the young woman, requested permission to carry out his intent. Kruji hurried to turn to Alice for help. He managed to shield her from the sword's blow. As a result, he became seriously concerned.